question, and we need to find out what Wilma Flintstone's maiden name was. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to Big Bri for the answer. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Brian, Wilma Flintstone's maiden name, please.
It was Slaghoople.
Yes! Whoa! Slaghoople.
That name is carved into the stone stalls in every men's room throughout Bedrock.
Slaghoople. All right, Brian, hang on. We are going to give you a $50 Metro Diner dining gift card, and burger connoisseurs take a bite out of Metro Diner's new burger lineup. A trio of 100% Angus burgers featuring a barbecue bacon burger, a black and blue burger, and a pimento cheeseburger.
Ew.
Yum. Available now through July 4th. You can visit metrodiner.com. Box office, number one, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, by far, took it $120.5 million. That's a pretty good-sized take.
Definitely want to see it. I love the first one.
Little Mermaid came in second with $40 million. Then you had The Boogeyman, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Fast X, Super Mario Brothers, About My Father, The Machine at number 8.
Not bad.
And then 9 was Suga August D Tour D-Day in Japan, Live 6. And then You Hurt My Feelings at number 10. We'll start with news about Natalie Portman. Seemingly enjoyed the weekend despite reports that her husband, Benjamin Millipede, is that how you say his name?
Let's go with that.
Millipede, like
I
the
like
little
Millipede.
creature?
Yeah.
Cheated on her.
What?
The actress was photographed smiling at the French L1 soccer match on Saturday night after the French publication Voici alleged that Millipede had an affair.
Voici?
What's that?
Voici?
Oh, I have no idea.
Voici?
Oh. Voici?
Yeah.
Okay.
Voici, yeah.
Voici. What does that mean?
Here.
Oh.
Okay. So a source confirmed the affair with People, adding that it was short-lived and it is over.
Nothing's over.
The pair have been married for more than 10 years.
Nothing's over.
Yeah, that's their
Nothing is over.
relationship therapist.
Hey, marriage counselor. Nothing's over. It hurt, didn't it? It hurt a lot. Coming back from Vietnam, finding out your husband's cheating on you. Soccer player. It hurts.
People spitting on you?
People spitting on you.
Yeah.
Calling you Natalie Portman because you are.
The source said he knows he made an enormous mistake and he is doing all that he can to get Natalie to forgive him and
Totally made a ginormous mistake.
keep their family together. They said Natalie is incredibly private and has no intention of playing this out in the media. Her biggest priority is protecting her children and their privacy.
She's trying to get a female soccer league going. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the United
Okay.
States. At least getting a team in California.
All right, interesting. People Magazine published excerpts from Elliot Page's forthcoming memoir, which is titled Page Boy. I love that title. It's a great title for the book. On Friday, which included details about a secret relationship with Fantastic Four actress Kate Mara. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the relationship allegedly took place while Mara was still dating The Handmaid's Tale actor Max Minghella. Page writes that the pair got together shortly after he first came out as gay while they were working together on X-Men Days of Future Past. He later came out as transgender in December of 2022. And he said, the first person I fell in love that I fell for after my heart was broken was Kate Mara. Paige had said she had a boyfriend at the time, the lovely and talented Max Minghella. And the Umbrella Academy star writes that Minghella approved of the relationship at the time.
Go for it.
Meanwhile, Mara allegedly told him, I never thought I could be in love with two people, and now I know I can. So Paige explained to readers that Mara has read the book and that she will be appearing at a Page Boy event in Los Angeles later this month. So I have a feeling that Elliot reached out and said, do you mind if I tell this story?
Yeah.
Or whatever.
There's a couple of stories. There's a couple. Obviously, when they're selling books, all the revelations come to the top as they are promoting it. So this it's apparently very candid.
Yeah. All right. I need help pronouncing this guy's name.
It's Fossey.
No. No, it's a name. It's a person's name. People reports Fantastic Four actor, is it Ian Grufford?
Okay, I know this. Hold on 1 second here.
He's the guy that played Mr. Fantastic.
Okay, I have it because he's in Hollywood Trash, and I wrote down
how to pronounce his name.
How to pronounce his goddamn name.
Ioan is how you spell his first name.
All right, hold on.
Ian?
No, it's not. It's Yoan.
Yoan. All right, there we go.
Hey, yo.
Yeah,
Yo. Yeah, Yoan Grufford.
All right, so Yoan Grufford's 13-year-old daughter, Ella, has filed a restraining order against him. Grufford shares Ella with his former wife and 102 Dalmatians star Alice Evans. In addition to the restraining order, Ella filed a civil harassment protection from the actor's current girlfriend, Bianca Wallace.
This is really a mess because the wife, like I immediately thought, okay, he's kind of a scumbag then, reading about some of this stuff. But the wife apparently, or the cheated upon wife, or the whatever the hell she is right now, has some loony things that she's been doing. So I'm trying to figure out, is there any resolute good guy or bad guy in this whole scenario?
The filings come following an alleged incident at Grufford and Wallace's home in Los Angeles. And this was a source who said, I wouldn't put the blame on Alice. Yohan wants to have Ella be friends with Bianca, and she's unwilling to do that at the moment. And I think that's been a source of conflict. So, don't know.
The old thing, the kid gets a restraining order against you.
Yeah. Bam Margera's brother, Jess, took to Twitter yesterday to ask if anyone knows Bam's whereabouts. He wrote, if anyone in the L.A. area knows of Bam's current whereabouts or a hotel he might be at, please call the LAPD immediately. I'm trying to get them to ping his phone, but as usual, it's a whole huge process, and I don't think that we have that kind of time.
I think they found, didn't they find them?
Did they find, okay.
Yeah, because I've been watching this saga unfold on Twitter. And
All right, I'll finish this while you're looking that up. He says, if you guys could all retweet this, that would be really cool of you. Thanks for your help. And this comes after Bam had threatened to smoke crack with the bums down at the effing boardwalk until I'm dead, he had said, if he isn't able to see his son Phoenix. So we played the audio of that last week.
Attempting to get custody that way.
Yeah. So you saw a follow-up, Casey?
I thought I did, but you know what?
It says Bam Margera's brother said the skateboarder and jackass star had been found safe on Sunday, just hours after he revealed that the troubled reality TV star had gone missing.
Okay, because I saw him Bam himself posted on Instagram something of him sort of lip-syncing a song.
Okay.
So we'll see how this plays out. Whatever it is, it's not good.
Jesse's latest tweet says, they found him safe. He texted me and my parents at 6 a.m. this morning saying that he loves us and he loves Phoenix and that he is, quote, at peace, and that he took enough pills to stop his heart. Some really heartbreaking, dark crap. Thanks to everyone who shared this information today. That was from Jess.
That's really sad.
Okay, that is. All right, on to other things. Abbott Elementary star Tyler James Williams addressed speculation about his sexuality on his Instagram stories on Sunday. He said, usually, I wouldn't address stuff like this, but I feel like it is but I feel like it as a conversation. I think this is a misprint. Says, I feel like it is a conversation is bigger than me.
It's Wasi.
And he said, I am not gay, but I think the culture of trying to find some kind of hidden trait or behavior that a closeted person, quote, let slip is very dangerous. Overanalyzing someone's behavior in an attempt to catch them directly contributes to the anxiety a lot of queer and queer questioning people feel when they fear living in their truth. The Everybody Hates Chris actor added, happy Pride to all of my queer and questioning brothers, sisters, and individuals, and I pray that you feel seen in ways that make you feel safe in the celebration that is this month.
He was Everybody Hates Chris, right? He was the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, he was on there. Millie Bobby Brown and Jake Bongiovi are celebrating their engagement.
Oh.
Photo shared on
What does that
Instagram.
mean?
By Pete Burkill Hair Show. Is that who it is? By Pete Burkill Hair Show, the happy couple in front of a sign that reads, Mr. and Mrs. Bongiovi. And the caption stated, congrats to this beautiful couple. So
they're celebrating the anniversary of their engagement?
No, it's not an anniversary. They're just celebrating their engagement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Steve sent me this story. Michael J. Fox suffered a tumble on stage during a Back to the Future Q&A panel at Fan Expo in Philadelphia over the weekend.
It was in Philly?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was here.
Yes.
God, it was like heartbreaking. I couldn't watch it.
Yeah, thankfully the impact of the fall was softened as the star landed on the couch in front of him instead of on the hard floor. The entertainer appeared to be uninjured following the brief fall as he took his seat and continued on with the panel. But I mean, face plants on the couch. He was doing it was kind of like joking around. He looked like he was like pretending like he was going to jump.
I think he was doing the I bow and salute to Christopher Lloyd.
Yeah.
And in so doing, he got momentum and fell forward. But he's, I mean, look at all the guys against, and he's a trooper, and he kind of made a funny aside, and there you go.
The fall he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he did. But you know what? There could have easily not been a couch.
Well, he just had an interview in which he said that that he believes that he will die as a result of a fall.
Oh, yeah. So he was joined by Christopher Lloyd and Tom Wilson for the occasion, and it comes a little over a month after he shared that his more than 30-year battle with Parkinson's is getting harder. He had sported a laid-back look for the event. He was wearing a denim jacket over a white shirt and black jeans. He had a baseball hat and glasses. Meanwhile, Lloyd looked casual. He was wearing a black puffer vest over a long sleeve top with blue jeans, and Wilson opted for a classy navy blazer and jeans, if you were just curious about their fashion sense.
Well, that's why I'm always more concerned about what they're wearing. I'll tell you this, though. The bitch of these things, Preston, is that they come in always on the weekend. Yeah. So they're never in town leading up to that. But I'm so glad that Michael J. Fox is embracing this stuff and is getting joy out of it, because there was, in that interview where he talked about dying potentially as a result of falling, he talks about catching Back to the Future on TV and how special it was for him to see it and say he was pretty good.
My friend Anna Piccioni got to go to this convention this weekend and got a picture with all three of them, with Tom Wilson and Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, and it was a great photo. All three of them were smiling. Michael J. Fox looks like he's, like he has Parkinson's. He's a little hunched over or whatever. But the other two and Michael J. Fox, they're all smiling. And it's a great shot of all four of them.
Aside from the fall, it was an overall good week for the actor. He celebrated his lookalike son Sam's 34th birthday with a low-key family get-together. He shares Sam with, of course, wife Tracy Pollan, who is 62. They tied the knot in 1988, and they have parents. They are also the parents of twins, Akina Kathleen and Skylar Francis, and Esme Annabelle. Who is 21 years old.
That's Michael J. Fox.
Yeah.
Annabelle.
But he had said about recently in an interview about Parkinson's, he said, I'm not going to lie, it's getting hard. It's getting harder and tougher. He said, every day is tougher. That's the way it is. And he shared that he didn't believe that he would live to see his 80th birthday. He said, you don't die from Parkinson's, you die with Parkinson's. So I've been thinking about the mortality of it, and I'm not going to be 80. Is what he has said. So.
Hate to hear that. If he can get some joy doing this stuff and so also some money, which is not too bad either, that's good.
Yeah. And speaking of physical issues, another article that Steve sent me, over a year after his battle with a mysterious health issue began, Danny Bonaducci has at last received a diagnosis. Bonaducci revealed that he has been diagnosed with hydrocephalus, which is a buildup of fluid in the brain. So he's going to undergo brain surgery today, and the procedure will see doctors place a shunt in his head, which will drain the liquid.
We've always liked Danny a lot. Yeah. Always nice.
Yeah, we got along with him.
When it was even competition here in the city, we'd see him at events. Good dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw him at an event, a fundraising event, and it was funny because when he started working at said radio station, like the higher ups were like, "We want you to like go on the attack."
It was YSP at that time. Yeah.
And he's like, "I'm not doing that." Like,
yeah, that's what he told us.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm not coming after you guys.
Yeah,
he's like, I have no
you.
reason to come after you guys.
So dumb.
Since April 2022, he has been grappling with an unknown ailment which has impacted his ability to walk, maintain balance. He's met with 100 doctors, he said, but only recently received the diagnosis. He said, my life was talking to doctors. And just recently, nobody could figure out what it was. And I thought, well, this is a big deal. I'm falling down now.
Yeah. That
can't be good. So I met with around 100 doctors, and this one guy tests to see if that's what I have. And currently, it looks like that is what I'm having, hydrocephalus. Speculating on how he acquired the condition, Danny said, taking a guitar to the head on reality TV and having a boxing match with Jose Canseco likely didn't help matters. He said, I've done so many stupid things on reality TV shows. I took a guitar to the head, and that hurt and was possibly the cause of all this. I got punched in the face by Jose Canseco, a 265-pound professional athlete. And by the way, I didn't hit the floor, he said. So he says that he'd be happy if he was able to successfully walk into his kitchen unassisted. He said, I can't walk currently. So I'm never going to run track. I'm never going to box again. But if I can get from here to the kitchen on my own, bravo.
You remember his reality show? He was jacked up on steroids, and he was having these meltdowns, and like every other week, it was wild, but it's like nobody can take that kind of punishment that he was putting his own body through. So if he can get clear of this and be on, the path to what he wants, that'd be great.
Yep. Let's see here. All right, I'm not familiar with this person, but Wild and Out star Ms. Jackie O, she died. She was 32 years old.
Oh, geez.
And it was reported that she was in Miami for a mommy makeover, which usually includes a tummy tuck and breast augmentation. She was reportedly found unresponsive on Wednesday at Homewood Suites by Hilton Miami downtown and was later pronounced dead at Mercy Hospital. Wild 'N Out shared the news on their Instagram page, saying, "We're deeply saddened by the passing of Jacqueline Smith, known to the world as Jackie O, a talented Wild 'N Out family member whose impact will be forever treasured and missed." And so, yeah, I don't know anything more about whether it was pre or post this procedure.
Sounds like it was pre.
Yeah, I don't know. So
because those lipo things, those wasn't that Kanye's mom?
Yeah.
She died during lipo.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yep.
She was only 32.
32 years old. Yeah, that's it.
See, this is why I'm scared of this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
All right, and then we'll do one more quick thing. Deadline reports that writers are speaking out after the Directors Guild and Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Producers reached a tentative deal regarding a new contract on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
A writer told the outlet, "I wasn't around in '08, but this feels like that from what I've heard. The WGA takes a stand. The DGA reaps the rewards." Screenwriter Amy Berg tweeted, "Thrilled that the DGA was able to use the power of the WGA's labor action to secure a deal that works for them." So
Everything's okay with the DGA?
I guess so. Yeah. Hey, we'll find out ASAP. All right. We're ready for clips. Here we go. Sydney Sweeney is taking on the role of intelligence leaker reality winner in the new film Reality. And here she talks about getting the acting right.
The weight of reality was on my shoulders. I wanted to make sure that I embodied her as much as I possibly could. It was an amazing challenge. I was able to Zoom with her and text with her. She was very collaborative during the entire process, and I got to know her as a person.
Shut up, dummy.
Reality is out now on HBO. All right, next clip here.
Man, her star's on the rise hugely. She's in tons of stuff
Yeah,
now.
I saw her in The White Lotus. What was she in before that? Where did she get?
Euphoria.
Euphoria. Okay. The Weeknd is making his acting debut in the new show The Idol. And in this clip, co-star Lily Rose Depp talks about working on the show. Here we go.
I'm just like so proud of the show, and I really like it, and I'm proud of what we made, and I'm proud of everybody's performances. It was so cool being on set every day and just looking around and being like, my friends are so talented. Like, this is so cool, to be like surrounded by so many incredibly talented people who are also just like nice.
Shut up, dummy.
The Idol is now out on HBO. Didn't The Weeknd go back to his given name? I thought I read that.
Yes,
Midweek.
Oh, really?
What is it?
Midweek.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to change his name.
Yeah, what the hell is going on with that?
All right, there you go. That's the
Can't
last
trust people.
story I have for you in the entertainment news. All right, we have an announcement coming up a little bit less than an hour from now is kind of where we're scheduled to do it. So we will pass the information along to you in a little while. We've also chosen Norristown Area High School to let us know who the coolest teacher of the year has been. So you guys at Norristown, if you go to school, text the word teacher to 39333, and we will send you the voting link. We're also going to have Joey McIntyre,
Frickin' McIntyre.
New Kids on the Block, on the show today. So we're going to talk to those peoples and things and such. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
Yeah, I think so, because
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer.
this one
Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
this one
The
I
noticer.
I
On
noticed.
the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed
to 11.
because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Human
Steve
beings,
sent this to him.
we as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that
Yes.
we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people. What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee,
my
I
gosh.
wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep. They
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According
Oh,
to
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well, no, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't
like
cover
myself.
that.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In the study.
Oh no.
And is as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Do you think are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical
Stop
ways.
it.
We're gathering data here. When
Listen.
you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
God, I'm not answering you, but listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I know
made love
of.
to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's,
No.
How is? I don't even see how that's possible. But some people apparently.
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're
She
showering
doesn't.
right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh my
That's
God.
wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower
meant.
at night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently.
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what is
Morning shower people.
Morning shower people, shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you?
Night shower, night shower. We know how to take one. Every night, shower, night, shower.
Grabbing for the loofah. Getting in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody.
Thank
Steve.
you. I got my higher end back.
All right, what were you gonna say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no
Yeah.
hair.
Yeah.
That cuts down on a lot of it. However, I at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying I have no hair.
It's the goddamn truth.
I just have
In case
no
you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Not
I do
soap?
No, toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands for his nuts. He's got soap in his hands for his nuts.
This is getting ridiculous.
I had 3 hours of sleep last night.
And there are real musicians in the green room listening to this.
Probably
I don't think they're listening.
We may be inspiring a new song
napping.
from Dorothy. Bedazzled Shimmer Takes Time. La La Land star Emma Stone was the belle of the ball at the Oscars, winning Best Actress, and she's absolutely looking the part. You go back and see the photos, thanks to some seriously hardworking fashion folk. Stone's stylist, Petra Flannery,
That's who I use.
tells people that her custom Givenchy haute couture gown, custom made by Riccardo Tisci, took a mind-boggling 1,700 hours to make.
Oh,
Wait a s- okay.
My God. Wait, I mean, you guys don't like to talk about this fashion stuff, but she
I do.
had the best dress on at the Oscars. She looked gorgeous.
She did look gorgeous. But Kathy, I thought it was a really beautiful gown, but 1,700 hours.
Well, if you, I mean, there was all kinds of beads on it. The bottom was fringe. I mean, that's all handmade. You know, that's all done by hand.
All right, Miss Fashion Maven here. She also had a lot of the of glitter. It appeared glitter in her makeup. Mm-hmm. Did you notice, like around the eyes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that stripper glitter thing still happening?
Well, I think that she did it a little bit more glamorously, not so
Okay.
I wouldn't
Not like
call
a
it
stripper.
glitter. But she looked great. Whatever she did, she looked gorgeous.
Do you think she's I mean, because Preston, that's your style there.
Yeah,
porcelain skin, red hair.
I think she is pretty. I think, once again, some people make her to be this stunning goddess. I
Right.
just think she's very pretty.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and she looked good.
Riccardo Tisci says it took over 1,700 hours and a team of 11 from the Givenchy atelier. He said it's a beaded wonder. When you see it up close, it's a marvel of various golden color shapes and sizes.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
You get closer, it's like, oh my God, it's the Ark of the Covenant. I get weak in the knees. How alien is that world to us?
Oh, my God.
We can't even say the names of the places or the designers. I don't know it. I don't know who these people are.
I don't know. I think you do great as a commentator on the red carpet.
I mean, who's the guy from Fashion
Yeah.
Gunn? Tim Gunn?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. Oh, you dominate.
No, I don't know. I can look and say, oh, you look nice in that, or that looks like crap.
That's pretty.
Pretty much.
I can
it,
see
yeah.
your booties.
Yeah. By the way, I finally saw Amy Adams.
Yo.
Holy God.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not that really busty, but she sure looked like it in her dress.
Who looked? Brie Larson.
Yeah.
Did you see Brie Larson?
Yeah.
Whoa.
That was nice.
That's our commentary. Preston, check out the kids. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We should be like you're at the beginning. We don't even have the microphones. We're just yelling down the. Oh!
Yeah.
She's coming your way.
Coming your way. Nibs. What? Nibs.
You guys have been kicked off the red carpet so fast.
Brie Larson showing nib.
Steve, the grade scale would be how many of those Marky Mark pals we tried. I give it 4 pals, man. Yeah. That would be it. Pow! Pow!
Now that's red carpet coverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Steve, like on the other end.
Hey, which one? Bree Larson! Ryan Gosling's sister!
Yeah.
Huge kids! I hear you. I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi-Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights, such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi-Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi-Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio, where the Chi-Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi-Chi chef?
Wow.
All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the Stevie wanted to throw some love out here.
Thank you for indulging me, Preston, on this. It is the big event. It's the premier event for Max Fun. It's the Mutiny on the Mosholu. It's Thursday evening. It's at the Mosholu. And it is a big event. It's the one that we really rely on. My wife runs Max Fund, which is there to help community cats and through trap, neuter, release and providing emergency surgeries for feral and community cats. So it's a big one. I'm trying to sell this out for if we can. So the event is, as I said before, at the Mosholu. One ticket price of $40 gets you everything, all the food, all the booze, all the entertainment. We're talking Algorithm Vegan Grill, Nothing But Cake, Zaz Ice Cream, Tuckins, Insomnia Cookies, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Aladdin's Beach Brew, the Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and more. And you have Yard's Brewery, Boardroom, Chadsford, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, The Revivalists, Entertainment, The Ridiculous Nicholas, a juggler and mime and magician, Mike Palladino, magician mind reader, The Strong Man will be there as well, Todd Jones. We have a contortionist, tarot card reader, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline Baker, and on. Kittens to cuddle, a ton of stuff. I'm trying to make the case that your ticket gets you everything, and parking's free that night in front of the Mosholu, which they've suspended for this event in particular. So we'd love you to come down. You can get your tickets at PrestonSteve.com and or MaxFun.com, through Eventbrite. We'd love to see you down there. I'm going to be there. I'll be your host. Come on down, hang out. It's a great time. I think you'll be very happy.
By the way, the weather looks phenomenal for Thursday.
When I saw that.
Sunny and 80 degrees. And that time of day right there on the waterfront
It's the best.
Gorgeous.
We have up on the upper deck, we have our friends from Philly Photo.
Yes.
They have that 360 thing, so that's going to be up on the deck, so you're going to get the entire skyline in your 360 shot. It's going to be amazing. So thank you for indulging me, and I'm sorry to keep hitting this.
great event.
They rely on it for the money, and I appreciate it.
Just go to WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com. It's right there. It's one of the top links that you see. It's real easy to get the info. Casey posed a question to us off air. I thought this was interesting, and people might want to chime in with their opinions on this.
Well, Steve, I'm glad that your parking is free on Thursday night because I paid an assload of money to park in the city on Saturday. So my daughter, congratulations to all the people that competed in the Archdiocesan finals and track finals at Franklin Field on Saturday. I was there with my wife, my daughter, from 8:30 until 2:30 plus on Saturday afternoon. Now, there's a parking garage across the street from Franklin Field. But I also have learned through trial and error to not park there when you're at a giant event because it'll take you 17 million hours to get out of there. So I found street parking on Walnut Street, and I just paid the meter and it was only 2 hours. You could only pay the meter 2 hours at a time. So I paid at 8:30. I paid again at like 10:25, and then I missed about 20 minutes. Okay.
I know it's going to happen.
So at 12:35, my meter ran out, and at about 12:50, I paid. I got a ticket, and at 12:53, not knowing that I had gotten a ticket,
you paid again.
I paid again, and so I paid all in total. I paid like $45 essentially for parking for the day, and street parking, and then I got a $36 ticket on top of it. I do have a question, and I know Marissa's shaking her head here. She's the city person. She understands and knows these things better than the rest of us. But could I go to traffic court and go, hey, listen, look at the evidence here. I have in front of you. I have receipts, okay? I had been paying for parking. I was at my daughter's track meet. I got distracted for just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, you can try. You can
try.
certainly go in.
The answer's going to be no?
No, not necessarily. It depends on the person who's
Give it a shot.
Yeah, you can. It's just that now you have to go down there. You got to get a court date set. You know what I mean? It's
Which
a
is
pain.
silly because now everything's automated anyway. Can I just send a stupid email?
No.
I mean, if they can give you a speeding ticket
Casey.
via cameras.
I'm guessing also while you're down there, you'll probably have to pay for parking as well.
Yep.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, I fought a few tickets over the years, Casey, and really, Kathy's right. I mean, what it comes down to is the fight worth your time and your energy?
Oh, well, question before he answers that. How successful were you in fighting your tickets?
It's like 50-50. I mean, you have legitimate cases, in theory, if you're going to go fight these things. And so sometimes it was like simple errors. Sometimes I read the sign wrong or I missed the ticket. There are any number of excuses you can come up with. But yeah, Kathy's absolutely right. If you are in front of a sympathetic person and you catch them at the right time and you kiss their butt a little bit, you might get away with it.
You were
you were
paying.
trying.
It shows that you were. Yeah.
Were you using an app?
Yeah, you
you
didn't
didn't
have mobile app.
You didn't have to go all the way out to the car and do anything like that.
The first time I did, because I was worried that because it said 2-hour parking, right? So I was worried that are they chalking
Parking gremlins?
And no, they don't chalk tires anymore, right?
Okay.
So they do
really?
it. Yeah, now they just take pictures of your license plate, so you can't even do the whole let me pull out and then pull back in.
Yeah,
which is what I did the first time, right? So I walked all the way to my car, I pulled it out of the spot 25 yards out of the spot, and then I backed back into my spot. So technically, I left and I came back. And then I saw the meter maid, and I actually asked her, and she said, "No, you're fine. You can just re-up with your app wherever you are." So I said, "Okay, great." Here's the deal: I could have just parked where I parked, not paid at all, and only got a $36 ticket, which is less than what I paid for parking.
Well, the bitch of it is that you paid both. Say for 20 minutes, you paid both parking sessions, and you're going to pay the price of the ticket, and you're going to pay to park to go in to fight the ticket. But on just that level alone, I've heard people. If you, as Kathy said, you get a sympathetic judge. Also, it wouldn't hurt if you walked in with a cap that said "Veteran World War II."
Yeah,
that might help as well.
Here's the other rub. By the way, if it was
in World War II.
If it was just what do you
diet and exercise, bro.
When you don't have meters there like you used to, okay? Before, now. I'm paying for so I left, right? And so somebody doesn't get the benefit of having that extra time that I paid for that I'm not using. Do you know what I mean?
You can't do
You can't do that anymore because the spot is paid for that car and that car only. But, if I pulled into a spot and there was 20 minutes on the meter.
I hate these. I hate this system. I mean, the app is a wonderful thing. Honestly, I use it all the time, and I was bristling when that first made the appearance. But now it is a godsend. But still, there's so many places with conflicting signs.
I know. And sometimes the app itself has been confusing for me. I'm I remember there was a time in Manioc, and I thought I paid. I thought I had entered it and did it, and I got a ticket. And did not feel it was worth the time to go and fight it. I just paid it. I'm like, the time and energy taken to go and fight this was going to not be worth it in my mind.
With your app, when you hit pay, like on my app, it puts the timer right on the screen, the front screen, so that I'm getting a readout right. I don't even have to.
Will it alert you too?
It will alert me,
you, right?
Yes, it will alert me.
That's the thing. So there's one thing on your app that you can press to say, send me notifications, which I didn't have sent. But I did get an email saying your time is running out. The problem is our crappy email system here at the radio station ate that email up and didn't give it to me until after 6 o'clock that night.
So you don't have it text you?
No, well, I have to opt in to have a text or to have an alert sent to me, right?
That was my question, too, because I get the text automatically.
You must be opted in.
Yeah, see, Case, I get
Please
the emails.
explain to the card why I didn't opt in on the text.
Right. You should opt in on the text, I would imagine, right?
Well,
especially with our email system.
What's funny is...
Please send to wonky work email.
Yeah. What's funny is the last time I put money in, I was like, oh, you can opt in for something like that. So I opted in the last time around, but not the second or the first time around. I know.
By the way, there are a number of texts coming in with people's opinion on the Philadelphia Parking Authority. And
Is it all
I'm not
positive
gonna-
stuff?
they're all positive. What
Yeah.
wonderful
Every
people.
one of them.
No, somebody had texted him an earlier one further down. It was like, Casey, you have a microphone. The time is now. Call out the PPA for the scum that they are.
Why don't you give your summation to the court?
I'm not gonna do that because I had a conversation with a young lady who was a meter maid, and she was great. She was really nice. We had a nice conversation. Listen, she just has a job to do.
She's not-
It's a crappy job, that like she has to do that to people, and for like I understand, but dude, she's got to pay her mortgage or her rent or whatever.
Here's a text from somebody says, tell Casey it won't matter. I disputed a ticket where I had timesheets showing it was impossible for me to have been at the spot that I was parked and exceeded the time limit. Because I was still at work at the time, I would have had to start my parking, and I lost.
Wow.
So hang on. Joanne is on the line, former meter maid, or is that the proper term? I
It's
don't
like
know.
a Marine. You're always a meter maid.
Once a meter maid, always a meter maid. Hi, Joanne. Good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks to you. All right. What do you want to say about Casey's scenario here?
Okay, first off, you can call us parking enforcement, but
Parking enforcement.
Okay,
All right,
yes.
Fair enough.
okay. What it is the ordinance of the city or the town. You can get several tickets in several hours.
Yeah.
So
You
you can
can't-
get more than one. Our ordinance is every 2 hours you get a ticket.
Wait,
And our
really?
tickets are-
Oh,
yeah.
instead of just taking that one ticket and leaving the car there. And okay.
And maybe it has
Wow.
to do with whatever town you're in, because in college they couldn't give us more than one ticket, so we would leave the ticket on our car, and we would have at least, I forget what it was, like 24 hours or something like that. But like they couldn't ticket us within the 2 hour frame that you could be parked there.
Right, and that's why they do it, because you will park there all day and not care.
Yeah, one time I parked in a handicap spot outside the Sofitel, and I had no idea it was handicapped because there was a tree that covered the entire sign that said, handicap parking.
How did that play out? Did you try to fight it?
I got two $350 tickets.
Yeah, because it's a handicap spot.
Well, because I was there overnight.
Right.
And I wasn't supposed to be there overnight, but I had too much to drink, and so I just left my car where it was.
Right.
But the only reason I got off is the second ticket they gave me too soon.
Seeing that you're a veteran of World War II.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what it is. You can definitely fight the time.
Yeah.
And if the judge, I feel for Casey, because if the judge is lenient that day, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Here's the one thing that when my dad was
Thanks, Joanne.
when my dad was sick in the hospital, he was at Presbyterian Hospital, and so he had been there for a little while, and the meters on the street there were broken, right? And so we parked there for free for a couple of days. And then finally, I guess the parking authority figured out that those meters were broken. And then they put bags over the meters saying, you're not allowed to park here. And I'm like, no. That's
Fix them.
Fix them.
Fix them.
Fix them. You can park here for free until you fix it.
Right. That's it. That should be the rule.
Yeah.
It's crazy though. Also, when you end up in traffic court and you're with a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, and Preston, I've told this story before. I don't know if I've told it on air here, but there was a guy who was going 120 miles an hour on a motorcycle. I think it was on the wrong way too. And he's fighting this case in court, and it was so ridiculous. And he's, of course, two in front of me before my case. The judge literally, almost like, you believe this guy?
Yeah.
He's looking around. The guy would not comprehend. You're breaking the law.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're going the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Your police are chasing after you.
And
This
this
is
guy,
crazy.
oh my God, okay. Well, people are idiots.
So, but the people who do better are respectful. I think if you state your case the way you stated it, and you said, and did you save the email?
Oh, I saved all the emails. And Steve, listen, I was pre-law.
I know, yeah.
For one semester. So
Number of people are texting in case, and this is not me. This is the texters. They're saying you should have never used your work email.
I know
to do that.
You and I had that conversation. The thing is, I don't use my work email for that stuff anymore either. But I don't remember what is my work email and what's not my work email, because I ran into an issue where I was trying to get tickets for.
You don't know what you
When I signed up for this, I didn't have an iCloud email, and now I do. But now I use my personal email for a lot of those things. So now I got to go back and fix those things. And I didn't know until Saturday night.
At the time when you were parking, you didn't remember what email address you used as your contact through the app. Okay, I got you. So now you got to go in and change that. Wow. Hang on a second. Let me go to, speaking of fighting traffic tickets, I'm going to go to Carl, or parking tickets, I should say. Carl, good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
Carl, good to see you. So, Casey, just pay the bill, bro. Just pay the ticket. You're going to end up making a court date, and then you go to court, and just what if that judge doesn't like Preston and Steve?
What are you talking about?
Now you got court costs on top of that.
We're the darling of the judicial system.
bench.
Yes, absolutely. So listen. I've heard a lot of people just
That's what my wife said.
call because when all is said and done, as mentioned here, you'll end up paying a lot to go fight this on principle. And you believe also it probably would have been better not to have it directed to your work email. But no, we explained how that happened. But if you think it's worth it, I still say give it a shot.
Yeah.
But I understand people are saying just pay it.
I'm surprised Diane isn't telling you to go in and state your case.
You're a veteran.
I'm surprised.
World War II, nonetheless. I stormed the beach in Wildwood Crest. No, I think she's practical about it. You know,
Okay.
it's I got to set up a court date and blah, 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 blah. And,
Come in, show respect for the court. Come in with a big powdered wig and
Now,
I set an alarm on my phone. I had to use one.
I was going to mention that.
in Sea Isle, and I would set the alarm, and then each time it was up. If I was there a few times, and
I did the same thing. It's just I can't believe it was just a comedy of errors at this one particular time. Like, I had set an alarm the first time, I didn't the second time. I was watching the clock, the first time and the third time, but the second time, for some reason, who knows? Maybe my daughter was actually getting ready to race. Maybe it was the time where by the way, there was a girl who set a record for the 9 and 10-year-olds 1,600 meters.
Will this help you in court?
She broke the 5-minute mark. She ran a 1,600 meter in under 5 minutes at 10 years old. So anyway, it could have been during the excitement of that. I have no idea why I missed it that particular time, but I did. So
I use Park Mobile.
That's what it is.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, which is one of the more popular ones. You can use. There are different parking apps that can get you access, but Park Mobile is the one that I use, and that displays right on.
Yeah.
The close the face of the phone, even if you're not into any programs, and it displays and you know what's what, bro.
So I got a red light ticket about a year and a half ago or so, and I actually I disputed everything with that online. Because they showed me pictures. I wasn't allowed to turn right on red.
I was deployed overseas,
but like in the picture, you could clearly see that it was green lights that I had. But there was, it was just. Anyway, the point is, I was able to take pictures of because there was a bike lane. Anyway, I fought this thing online, and I actually won.
Oh, you fought online? How
but that
did you
wasn't
do
a
that?
parking ticket.
How
That
did
was
you fight that? What evidence did you? How did they have it structured so that you could fight it?
All right, so the light was green. Okay,
was your avatar like a duck?
The light was green, but you needed a green turn arrow to turn right on red, which is like, to me, I was like, wait, what? It was 10:30 at night. There was a bike lane, but also there were a series of electrical lines that blocked all of these signs that said that that indicated that there was a bike lane, that indicated that you could only turn right with a green arrow. Like there were, so I took a picture of these in broad daylight
and sent them in.
I'm like, you can't even see this in broad daylight. This is 10:30 at night,
and you won.
And I won.
All right.
By the way, I love the story of the time we were doing, I think it was a mixer or something like that. And,
man.
Then you left a note on the meter and purposely misspelled it.
No, I didn't purposely.
Oh, I thought you
No,
did.
he didn't.
No.
He misspelled it.
No, I spelled it wrong.
What was it again?
Oh, God.
Meeting? Was it meeting?
MEATER. I don't even remember.
Yeah, meter.
Meter. MEATER. This
was the meter broken or something, or
the meter.
And look at this. This gentleman's clearly slow. We can't get my ticket.
Well, at least I wrote the meter is broken, and I didn't say the meter is broke.
The meter is broke.
Hang on, I want to go to Dave because I've seen a couple of texts that have echoed this. Hi, Dave. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning to see you.
And good morning, it. What's up, bud?
So I learned this lesson when I was in my 20s. You know, I've lived in the city for almost 20 years now, and I used to go to court for tickets, and I've gotten hammered every time I've gone to a court for tickets for the tickets and the fees and everything. The judges, they don't want you to show up in court. They want you to either pay it or dispute it, and there should be an option on your ticket to dispute by mail, and I've done that like 3 times, and I've just written a letter, and I've gotten off every time I've disputed it by
So
mail.
you're saying your success record with fighting it by mail is 100%, and so is that how, hopefully you don't get any more tickets, but is that how you will do it from here on in?
Yeah, I will never go to traffic court for a ticket. The traffic court is the biggest racket in the city. It's terrible.
Interesting.
I always thought you're
Dave.
better off by showing up.
Yeah, that there's that they would appreciate the fact that you took the time out to go.
And that you fought in World War II.
Let me.
You're a hero for crying out loud.
You're a ranger.
Give
oh my
this man
God.
some room here.
I'm going to go to
the
Mike.
Battle of the Bulge.
Hey, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Mike, you're on the air. Go ahead, man.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, buddy?
Well, I broke down in North Philly. I pulled over. I was trying to find a mechanic or AAA or anybody. And when I came back to my car, I had a ticket.
All right.
I disputed it through an email. And I got a notice 3 months later that I was fine.
Okay. All right.
It gives you that option.
Oh, we lost him. Well, there you go, Case. Maybe that is a better approach. It's going to save you time, but you still put in the effort, and you might be able to. It sounds like a more likely way to get out of it.
For my own interest, I'd like to see it fight it that way and see what happens.
Okay.
Because all this is the email and or mail system is getting much more favorable reviews on how you fight these things.
And Steve, he should send in a picture of the Iwo Jima flag being risen and
circle one,
and point to me.
This is very impressive, sir. When you stick your hand into a parking ticket that a minute ago was your best friend's face,
oh my God,
then you'll know how to fight a traffic ticket.
Harry has a suggestion for Casey. Hi, Harry. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Good.
What's up, bud?
Hey, why doesn't Casey have Pierre representing the
Yes,
now
absolutely.
you're talking.
He'll show up a day late.
Yeah,
there'll be a paternity suit.
You got to figure that when he walks into that room, it's like Norman Cheers. Like everybody just recognizes him.
I've known he by far, all of us together collectively don't even compare to the amount of parking tickets.
The
he's
original
received.
Minerva. I mean, it was impounded because of the number of parking tickets.
Actually, the front axle broke under the weight of the tickets.
Isn't there a story of him like opening up his glove compartment and like all the parking tickets
Preston.
fell out in front of the cop? Yeah.
It's like John Milner in American Graffiti with that same thing with all the tickets.
Yeah.
I did see when we were leaving the track meet on Saturday, I did see a car had a sticker on the back of it said tow, and I was like TOW, not
not TOE,
not TOE.
Oh, you seem very fascinated with toes.
Yes.
Are you a sucker as well?
And I want to know like what did that guy do in order to warrant that? By the way,
My roommate in college had so many parking tickets and the car was in her father's name that there was a warrant out for her dad's arrest, and they went to his where he worked, and they walked in and they were like, "We're here to arrest you," and he was like, "For what?"
Yeah,
and they were like parking tickets, and he was like, "Oh," and it was her, and she had to go in and pay and she ended up because she couldn't. She was a college student. Like, she couldn't afford it. They ended up, like, cutting it in half for her because she had so many of them.
Wow.
Now, there's another thing that I didn't know existed. So we've all seen the boots on the cars. And so now they have this different thing.
The windshield blocker.
Yes.
Barnacle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what they call it?
Barnacle, yeah.
Barnacle,
Those suckers are wild.
Yeah.
So it covers your entire windshield of your car. And I don't know how they adhere it to there, but
Is it just like it seems like suction cups,
I don't
right?
know. Seems
or
like
they hammer it on.
Or the whole thing. The whole thing might be like a big suction cup.
I wonder how far you could drive leaning out the window.
Yeah, right.
You could do it. Didn't Ace Ventura used to drive like that? Like he was hanging out the window?
Like a glove.
You can still drive that though. That's the one. At least if you're trying to stop someone, you can't drive with a boot on.
I had a bizarre file story of a guy, and this apparently was totally legal. Maybe I can find it, but he had gotten keys made of all the major boot manufacturers.
What?
Okay. And he was going down
Dude, that's
to
a great idea.
Yeah, and he would go and sell these keys for like $50 each, or he paid like $25 per key or something like that, and he would go sell these keys to people who had booted cars. And apparently, I don't think there was much that they could do legally against this guy for doing it. I think I saw that story.
That's probably more an issue for the company to rectify, that they're selling keys for something that they're selling that is supposed to be secure. I wonder if you could get a company to make you a faux boot, Preston, that just sort
You
of
just slap it on there and they think.
Right?
We already booted this one.
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
Wouldn't that be great?
Well, wasn't the old trick to just like take a parking ticket off of somebody else's car and put it on your car?
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't get one?
But they know. They're walking the beat, right?
Now they know.
Yeah. By the way, here's a text says, Casey, your first appeal for the ticket is online. Submit that first, and then wait to see if they dismiss it with your evidence. Then the letter by mail appeal. And he said, caller Dave is right.
Caller Dave is right.
But when you make that submission, Casey, don't use your work email.
Yeah.
You know? I mean,
And mention your service.
Hang on.
Signed American Hero.
Yeah.
Which branch was I in?
You were, well, if you were
You're in
storming Iwo
Easy
Jima,
Company.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but
Easy Company.
Easy Company.
You're in Band of Brothers for crying out loud.
Yeah. Let me go to.
You were in both. How many campaigns were you in? How many theaters were you in? I was in the Pacific. I was in Europe. I did a lot.
You were even in Turkey? God, you're all over the
I was
place.
all over the place.
I'm going to go to Sharon. Hey, Sharon, good morning.
Welcome.
Welcome, Sharon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Morning to see you.
Yes, great to see you too.
Mercy your face.
We were down in Cape May a few weeks ago, and we did the Park Mobile app, and I accidentally had to fault my car license plate on there. So we thought we paid twice, and then got a ticket. I said, "What the heck?" So I realized, changed it over. I still got a ticket anyway. I sent the email in, and I made an explanation, screenshots of everything. They said, okay, 2 weeks, you're going to get a letter with our decision. So I get it in the mail, and they're like, yep, you're fine. Everything's good, but court costs is still $10. You owe that by this date, or you'll be fined bigger. So,
all right. So you ended up paying just the $10.
I had to pay $10.
Okay.
Yep.
And so.
But it's, well, I guess $10 you didn't really owe, but it was a mistake that you made. So
Write a check, but make sure
I
it
did.
bounces.
Yeah.
No, I did pay it, but it was just like, oh my God, I did all that and I still got to pay.
I know. Well, guess what? The system is usually against you, but at least in this case, what's the ticket price? If you
$36.
All right, so if it ends up being 26, you end up paying for because of the $10 of the court cost. That's still better.
Thanks.
I think in media, at least it used to be this way. If you got a ticket and you paid that ticket within an hour of getting it, it was only $1.
You got a sandwich.
No, but it was if you
Really?
because the courthouse is right there.
Oh yeah.
All you got to do is walk over. Now I
Right.
don't know how much of a pain it is to get in and what desk you need to go to.
Well, you got to
but
hire a lawyer.
I remember if anybody can verify that. I would like to know if that is true or not because I remember you telling me that years ago, Casey.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Rich. Rich, good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Hey, good morning, Ed. Good morning to see you. What's up, Rich? I almost said good morning, your face.
I like that. That's a new one. Good morning, your face. That's
Good
how
morning, your face. What's up, Rich?
So I lived when I was 17 in Reading was my first place, and it was 50 cents an hour to park up there. And there was like dozens of times that I would forget or go out too late. So, end of story. I racked up 29 tickets, which turned into 29 individual warrants. And now I moved about an hour away down towards Honeybrook. And a year and a half later, I had a couple constables come pick me up on those warrants.
Whoa. So let me ask you, Rich, are you saying that these were for 50-cent tickets? For 50-cent parking?
No, it was 50 cents an hour to park on the street, and then the tickets themselves turned into $15 tickets.
I got you.
And then I just let everything go. I was just young, ignorant, whatever. And so they picked me up, and my first trip to jail was Berks County Prison for parking tickets.
That was your first trip, huh?
It was a hell of an experience. Heck of an experience.
What was your second trip?
Murder.
You mean second, third, fourth, fifth?
Oh, my God. Rich.
So,
Did
we're
not-
doing good now. So
We did not learn. All
So
right,
when you go into,
Wow,
you have
thanks.
to pump yourself up a bit.
Yeah.
I park wherever I want.
Yeah. No, ain't nobody
Don't
telling
listen
me
to
where
that
I
guy.
can't park.
He parks wherever he wants.
Let me go to Rob's been on hold for like 20 minutes here. Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on? Sorry to bother you at work.
Nah, we want to hear it. What's up, buddy?
So a few years ago, a buddy of mine used to live down by Dave and Buster's on the waterfront.
Mm-hmm.
And on one of the side streets there, you could park for free. So I parked near a disabled fire hydrant. I mean, this thing is laying on its side.
Aw.
So I come back out at the end of the night, go to get in my truck, and sure enough, there's a ticket on my windshield. So I look at it, $84 for parking next to a fire hydrant.
Wow.
So I take pictures of it because it's clearly disabled. Like it is literally laying on its side. So take pictures, email everything in.
How did it turn out?
So about, let's say, 3 weeks or so later, they still ruled against me, so I had to pay $84 plus a $10 court fee.
Yeah.
It ended up being $94.
So I don't get that, Rob. If it is not, listen, if it is inactive and cannot be used, the whole purpose of keeping you from parking in front of a fire hydrant is to allow firefighters access to that fire hydrant. If it is absolutely inactive, like case you're with the putting the bags over the parking meters, no, the onus is on the city to make sure.
Fix it.
Fix it.
Until you fix
not
it,
our
I
job.
park for free.
I still wouldn't do it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
didn't.
Something would keep
he's
me
a
from
war
doing
hero.
it, man.
I am a
I told
war
you guys
hero.
the one time we were on South Street, and this is when we first moved to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And it was on, like a Friday, and I noticed one side of the street, nobody was parking there. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Look at all these open spaces. Why is everybody parking on that side of the road? There's all these spots over here. So I parked over there. There weren't bags on there were not bags on the meters. We go into the restaurant and NOLA. I remember going to NOLA, and we went, got a bite to eat, come back, and I'm like, we parked right here, didn't we?
Oh, they towed you?
They towed my freaking car.
No. Was it like a certain time you couldn't be there?
It was a certain time, and I think when we came out, the bags were on. But they weren't when we parked there. But
Was there any sign?
I don't remember. And it was when they were doing that regularly on the weekends.
Yes.
Like they would parking was not allowed on one side of the street.
Did you have to pay cash to get it back?
Oh, yeah. It was a royal pain in the ass.
$300, $400?
Yeah, it was stupid.
Yeah.
And I didn't have my registration on me or anything like that. It was in the car. And I'm like, and they wouldn't I had to really wrangle with them to say, it's sitting in the car. Let's just go to the car and I'll show it to you. And eventually they did. We had to take a cab to get to the lot.
Of course,
Had to pay for that. Yep.
You're a Korean War hero. How come?
Yeah.
I'm getting such bad PTSD because all of this. Like I've learned it the bad way by learning it the second time. Sansom Street, you can't park on after midnight. Lots of parts of Sansom Street. Walnut Street between 4 and 6 p.m. No parking in like the Rittenhouse area. You just can't. It's a toss up between which is worse, PPA or getting your car out of tow.
Oh my God!
I'm going to say towing. Towing.
Yeah.
Tow is a nightmare.
It's cash, right? Cash only.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it's cash only. But the whole thing about your registration is in the car. Who has a registration on them?
On them,
at
exactly.
home?
Yeah.
That's why tattooed on my inner thigh.
Yeah,
Ooh, what a great idea. And it's like before Uber, so you had to call somebody, so you had to tell somebody that this happened. You couldn't even do it on the sly and the down low. Casey, the parking thing, if this happens, I hope it does work for you because I have gotten so many handwritten letters back where I will mail in a check to pay my parking ticket, and they're like, nah, this came 36 hours after the date where it goes up after like 10 days.
Right.
So they're like, nah, we're just mailing back the check. They don't tell you how to go back and repay the thing and what you owe now, but you just get a handwritten letter. Some beautiful woman is sitting at you can tell it's like very nice, like Catholic handwriting school, handwritten note that just says, sorry, this is not accepted, and just mail back.
By the way, Marissa found the story. Marissa found the story here about the people that have the keys. They're called the Boot Girls in Atlanta. So you have Baby Boot and Boot Shiesty. Are the Boot
I like
Girls.
Boot Shiesty.
And they unlock boots using keys that are perfectly legal. They have something of a Robin Hood thing happening. Though they do charge $50 to unlock a boot. Apparently, fees charged by enforcement companies are $75 or more.
So you're still saving?
Yeah. So, and apparently, owning the keys to unlock parking boots is legal. The gray area involves using the key, which the Atlanta PD says could result in charges of criminal trespass or theft of service. It says it's important to note that this applies to private businesses using independent parking enforcement companies to monitor private property for vehicles violating rules established by the business. So it's not the police that are booting the cars, I guess.
Well, because to me, it'd be like if the police are putting the boots on and you are unlocking them, that would be a crime.
But I didn't know that private services could boot your car.
Yes,
that's kind of dickish.
Well, they're
big
like
time.
private. They're private companies that run prisons.
Yep, and they're private. I've definitely run into private people that are paid to enforce parking in parking lots. I remember, especially Casey, Chickies and Pete's over by
yes,
no, in Upper Darby. No, not Upper Darby. In Drexel Hill, maybe. What was the Irish restaurant over there?
It was Maggie O'Neill's.
Maggie O'Neill's.
Yeah.
If I was going to Maggie O'Neill's and their parking lot was always full, tried to park in the lot next to it, there'd always somebody be coming out. No, get out of here.
Yeah.
You can't park here. Yeah.
I'm a veteran.
Yeah. And by the way, I saved a lot of lives that day. I didn't tell you this one, but as I was crossing the street after I paid the meter the first time, there was a hypodermic just sitting there in the middle of the street, and I said, I can't have this.
What's in this?
That is dangerous. So I tasted it. Sure enough, drugs. No, but I found there was a police officer. I'm like, listen, I don't know if I'm being an alarmist here, but there's a hypodermic like just sitting in the middle of the street here, and
on the ground.
Well, yeah, no, but they do have
a bag or something, or
a box, like normally
the Baxter.
The Baxter. But yeah, he opened the back of his patrol car and grabbed a little box, and I saved lives that day.
I'm sure you did.
Well,
tell the judge that.
I would add that in your notes.
Yeah,
if you're going to fight this online. So, all right, it seems kind of 50-50, the response of yes, you can, maybe.
My boss said just pay the ticket.
Your boss did?
Yeah.
Bill Weston?
Diane?
No,
Diane.
Oh, okay.
No, his real boss.
Pay the ticket. All right. Well, let's get a follow-up on this and see how you do on that. All right. I want to take a break because we want to come back. We want to share some information with you. We have a bit of an announcement.
Yes.
Save the date to pass along to you. We're going to come back in a second. I got some obviously great Bizarre File stories from the weekend as well. We won't be gone long, so hang out with us, all right?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR presents.
That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good, how are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up, where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months, okay. So a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now, Tim was assuring me, he said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top-notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation, but it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession, and then.
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way, sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill. George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco. Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make
Oh,
that?
no. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So.
But it's not a Marriott.
All right. So for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a Stromboli.
wow. Well, they call it a wrap in Delco. It's a Stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay. All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. Let's Iron Chi-Chi. Head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles.
There's more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
That's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now I see some Cheez-Its are being taken, or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some minute rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
The old beef stick. Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi. You know what I mean?
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Buckskull. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
tactic. It all break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right. So
we used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're going to have to.
So there's
have to make it work.
very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. Mm-hmm. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
All right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet.
Right.
But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is there's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although
Okay.
I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
That's allowed?
Sugar
was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff. It's okay.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Franken beans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation. If we're grading on 10, it's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. It's I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike. But good. But
You really sugarcoated it.
it doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah.
It's just,
the presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. Well, we want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
To take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit, a
right
little
at the
extra.
end. It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really?
Wow,
Those words
dude.
came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. This weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure?
Keep eating, Mike. Go ahead. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out.
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Like, wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's, I mean, easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? That it's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
But we got to wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Cheat Sheet, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
I think it's very brave of you.
Yeah.
To get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. You know what? I said we were going to do this around 8, so maybe I should make this announcement first, if that's cool with you guys. So here it is, the 5th day of June, and we are announcing a save the date for the Camp Out for Hunger. Yeah. We're going to put this in the calendar now.
It's proof positive that we work on this year-round.
It is true. And so the dates for Camp Out for Hunger this year will be November 13th through the 17th. So we're coming in right before Thanksgiving.
Right.
And we're doing it at Xfinity Live, of course, inside the Wells Fargo Center complex. And we found that time frame seems to work out best. We used to do it after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
But sometimes we'd get a little funky weather from time to time.
Right.
And then one year we tried it in October, and we're like, that's way too early.
Yeah.
So it seems to be like right before Thanksgiving is our best shot at having a more agreeable weather scenario. And also it has to do with what events are taking place at the sports complex.
That's the juggling that's involved, and obviously our food trucks and fireworks event. Preston, that evening, if you remember, we shot our big pyrotechnic video.
Yeah.
We were all just wearing regular shirts. It was gorgeous.
It was wonderful.
It's gorgeous.
So more information is going to be announced later this summer. Of course, your donations are needed to help fill Abundance in their mission to drive hunger from our community. Information available at WMMR.com. So it's way out in front. But what we would like for you to do is just go ahead and pop into your calendar now on November 13th through the 17th. And it's a good idea, especially if you want to get way out in advance and start to organize any food drives, community events, or school or work, whatever it may be. You can go ahead and plop that in the calendar and maybe eyeball some time in October or whenever it may be that you want to start your efforts and get set for that. So there you go. Save the date. The Camp Out for Hunger will be November 13th through the 17th, Xfinity Live inside the Wells Fargo Center complex. Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. And if you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. A 23-year-old true crime fanatic was arrested in the South Korean city of Busan on Wednesday in connection with the killing and dismembering of a woman. Police said they believe the killing was done, quote, out of curiosity.
Yes.
Driven by the suspect's desire to experience what murder was like firsthand.
I wonder how many times you have fanatics like this that actually become seduced into seeing if they could pull it off.
Yeah. Well, this was Young Yu Young.
Yes, I know.
Young confessed to the killing and was indicted for murder on Friday. Initially, Young claimed to have killed the victim during an argument, but later retracted the statement when presented with contradictory evidence by investigators.
I'm a World War II veteran.
A police spokesperson said that they suspect that the murder was premeditated and was driven by Young's desire to kill someone to reveal that she became obsessed with murder in TV programs and books. An investigation of Young's phone revealed 3 months' worth of search history on how to hide a corpse. The investigation also revealed that Young had watched true crime TV shows and borrowed crime books from a library. Police said Young searched for a victim online, eventually finding one through an app that connects parents with private tutors. And 2 days before the killing, she contacted the victim posing as a mother of a 9th grader to arrange a visit to the victim's home.
Was this the case with the kid from the Poconos who killed the co-eds? He was in some way involved with studying crime and crime scenes, or there's some sort of connection. He was
Something like
fascinated
that.
with it. Yeah. Wanted to see if he could do it.
So on the day of the crime, Young went to the home disguised as a student wearing a school uniform she had purchased online. Once inside the property, police alleged that she fatally stabbed the victim. Police said then that Young dismembered the body, placing some of the corpse in a suitcase that she dumped in a wooded area by a river and leaving other parts of the corpse in her own home. However, the taxi driver who took her to the wooded area alerted the police. Police said they found blood-stained clothing in her bags.
Jeez.
Wow. All right, when officials at national parks warn visitors not to interfere or mess with animals, some take that advice and some don't. Over Memorial Day weekend, tourists decided to take matters in their own hands when coming upon a newborn elk. Visitors placed the elk calf in their car while likely driving on U.S. Highway 191 in the park. This is in Yellowstone, and brought the newborn to the West Yellowstone, Montana Police Department.
What the hell?
Yeah, the elk calf later ran off into the forest, and its condition is unknown. So nothing ever happened with the animal. And listen, even if you see harmed animals, you are supposed to leave them alone.
Right. It's part of the ecosystem.
Yes. So even if the tourists were trying to do a good deed, violators can face some serious penalties.
Where's my baby?
Yellowstone mandates visitors must stay at least 100 yards away from bears and wolves and at least 25 yards away from all other animals, including bison and elk.
As if you have to be told that, but you do. There's a whole bunch of new footage of people attempting to pet. There's one woman attempted to pet a bison, and the thing jumped up at her.
Yeah, Nick has pulled up an account called Torons of Yellowstone, which is a play on the word morons. And here's a woman standing, 1 foot away from a bison taking a selfie.
I don't believe this.
It's just insane.
All right, moron.
You know what? I need to follow that account.
It's a great account, although it makes you angry.
I know.
Hey, hubby, get the camera ready because I'm going to put on a show for you.
All right. Let's see what else we have here. An employee at a Sonic drive-in restaurant in New Mexico was arrested after he lost his bag of cocaine that somehow ended up on a customer's hot dog.
So he's like a garnish?
Yeah.
Is that wit?
That is way wit, big time. Jennifer David Salazar faces a felony charge for possession of a controlled substance.
Yeah, I just ate a hot dog and I think there was something on it.
Police said illegal narcotics were discovered.
I just ate it right here.
In a customer's recent Coney purchase at Sonic.
Yeah, it was a Coney purchase.
The substance was inadvertently placed in the food as Salazar was preparing the order. A field test confirmed the substance discovered in the food was cocaine.
I'll be here doing 1,000 push-ups.
A woman called police on Tuesday after she bit into her food, only to discover she had bitten into a plastic bag.
Oh, man.
She does believe that any of the powdered substance went into her mouth, or doesn't believe that. The affidavit for the arrest warrant says Salazar was observed on video surveillance conducting what appeared to be a hand-to-hand transaction with a female employee. Salazar then makes her food before appearing to frantically search the area as if he lost something.
Man.
Salazar admitted to police he purchased the cocaine from someone in the restaurant's parking lot, and I guess he dropped it in the bag. It landed on the hot dog, and when she bit into it, there you go.
Oh, they'll be talking about that at the Christmas party.
Bag of Coke. Wow. A Fort Myers family had some unexpected company for dinner on Thursday night. The McCaslins were sitting down for dinner when all of a sudden a random man came barging into the front door. Brian McCaslin said he only had a bathing suit, no shoes or anything else. He was at the table with his two teenage daughters when they heard what they thought was a knocking at the door. He said, as I walked out of the area where we were eating dinner at, there was an individual in the living room or the front door area proceeding to advance into my house. Surprised at what he was seeing, McCaslin said the encounter became even stranger once the man opened his mouth. He said he started to tell me that he was a ghost.
Oh.
And that I shouldn't be able to see him.
So something was wrong.
He was shocked that I could see him. He thought that he was walking around and that nobody could see him.
So you can see me.
Brian, barely able to believe what he was seeing, tried to get the man back out of the front door that he came through.
Boo.
He said, I could tell that his behavior was not normal. Who knows what that person might do if they have a chance to think.
Zoinks.
I did not mean to do that at all.
You know what happened? It looked as if you completely forgot where you were and just belched. and did not even try to stop it at all.
not even mean to do that.
It was It was also on the heels of a zoinks.
So, is that what was in your mind? You just didn't even think about it?
I didn't even think about it. I didn't even feel it bubbling up. You know what I think? I was laughing at Zoinks, and at that very moment, a burp decided to manifest
But it was
itself.
a perfectly intact burp.
It was good.
It sounded like a good one.
It was a good one.
It sounded
Did you
relieved.
taste anything?
It tasted of apple, which I just ate a moment ago. Oh my God! I'm in.
Marissa's isolating that, I'm sure.
In 30 some odd years in this business.
I mean, right into the microphone.
33 years in this business, I've never done anything like that.
No.
Wow.
Special day, special
All right.
Monday.
Yes. Okay. All right. So anyhow, after causing the scene inside, the guy who claims his name is Kevin came running out where a crew was cutting down a tree. He hopped up in one of their trucks and locked himself inside. He said... Excuse me. He said he doesn't have a home, and he's going to make their truck his home.
Well, is that where ghosts live?
It took some coaxing, but the tree trimmers were able to get the man out of his truck where he ran away, still wearing nothing but his bathing suit.
You can't see me.
McCaslin called the sheriff's office and filed a report, and he now wants deputies to find the man, but not press the charge.
I can see you. Cannot.
All right, and there you go. That is what I had in the bizarre file for you. God, I can't believe I did that. That was great. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a moment. A little later on, Joey McIntyre on the show. And don't forget, coolest teacher school is Norristown Area High School. You guys get to vote. Text the word teacher to 39333. That's all you have to do. You don't need to send us a name or anything. Just teacher 39333, and we'll send you the voting link. Be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Got freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed.
Carrie.
And I've known for, a while now that I need to do it. And every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Some help and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
Oh, no. It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie, these are the people I work with.
Wait a second. This still has a tag on it. I never wore it.
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs.
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the questions. Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the.
So you know who would
Yeah, like I just
maybe like something?
Right, exactly. A couple and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it
This
is.
one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
How
Or
much?
like
underwear going for it?
We could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that, you know?
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Did you?
Mhm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that meeting's at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So stop
Shut up!
about it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right, so
No, he was Savannah Guthrie asked. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This. Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course, it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. All right, anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's, I
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth. Which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile. Because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours. After asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes
from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. You turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Little Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
It's vibranium.
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep, it's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're thinking about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean, in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you been?
Casey's been there, too.
I was just there, yeah, I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. It's they're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
He said
Some of your friends
Yosemite.
may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me, yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah, Yosemite.
Okay, all right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
Oh, so he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's he's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor. So I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And of course, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the
10
Seyfried
sheep.
wedding. And I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah.
So,
It doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
It was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I gotta say,
afterwards.
I'm a little nervous. I've been known more for my shepherding skills and the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding. But I gotta say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock. And here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly a shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they'd reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right.
They were going to get their German Shepherd to show up.
Now that I would have known. That I would have known.
It's good to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire,
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. I would like to lead this segment with a couple of apologies. I would like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck. No.
Of course.
No, I need to apologize to...
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Okay, well, you got that out of the way.
No, I'd like to apologize to listener Jason Dickey because you guys remember last week.
Yes.
I was looking for somewhere to play golf on Sunday morning because I'm getting invited to play at one of the greatest golf course in the country.
You want to be on your game.
I want to be on my game, so I wanted to get out and play. So I threw out there that I wasn't looking for a free round of golf or anything like that. I just wanted a group of people to play with on Sunday. So Jason had offered to play, have me out to Indian Valley Country Club to play. I had to cancel on that on Sunday.
Why?
I would like to apologize to my friends Mark and Tara Wassmer. They were having a graduation party for their daughter Olivia. So congratulations to Olivia. I am sorry I could not make it to the graduation party on Sunday.
Nice.
The reason being is because I was at a graduation party on Saturday, my son Carter's best friend Lauren, and we were having a great time.
Oh yeah,
we were having so much fun. There was
it just doesn't get better.
Wonderful barbecue food. They had ice cream cakes and all kinds of stuff. Everybody was in a great. It was a beautiful day. I was just enjoying myself. And so we stayed, and then we were ready to leave, my wife and I. So we said our goodbyes to everyone, take care, have a great night, so on. So congratulations, Lauren, and everything. And so
As you were leaving?
as we're walking out the door, I'm admiring their home. I was pointing out some things to Rochelle. I step out the front door, and then there's a small little walkway, and then 2 stairs that go down. And I was pointing out something in the house that it reminded me of something in our house. And as
window.
As I did that, I proceed to roll my ankle, fall off the stairs, and end up face first in a flower bed.
Oh my God.
And those of you who have rolled your ankle, You know the pain that I speak of, and I landed in this mulch bed.
Were you face down?
There's mulch on my face. It's all over my shirt and everything.
God.
And two things come to mind. Like as soon as I hit the ground, like literally, as I hit the ground, within I kid you not 2 seconds, two things occurred to me. The first thing was, did anybody see that?
Oh yes.
And then number two words, Pine Valley. That's exactly what I thought. That's the golf course that I'm playing this coming weekend.
Did you feel pain immediately?
Oh, my God.
Immediately.
Severe pain.
Vomit type pain.
Almost. So I had, and Rochelle is, and I skinned my knee and my hands, and everything.
You ate mulch.
And I ate mulch.
That's nothing compared to the pain of rolling an ankle, man.
And so I'm laying there and I'm like, I'm trying to assess, the level of pain. And I know that I can't get up. I can't step on it. There's no way.
Kill me.
And if I even tried to raise my head up, there's a chance I'm going to pass out because my heart was just flying. And Rochelle, Steve, it's like that old Ben Franklin bit that we had when he gets struck by lightning.
Yes.
She's trying to comfort me, and she's asking me questions, and I'm just like, shut up. I'm like, I didn't say shut up. I'm like, just let me breathe here. I need to breathe because, that's all I want. I don't want anybody near me. I don't want anybody... I know I'm gonna live. I'm gonna be all right. You just gotta give me a couple of minutes here.
So you dodged a bullet on. She was the only one who saw your face plant.
Yes,
it was right outside the door, front door,
right outside.
How the hell did you avoid that?
And nobody came out. They didn't hear us because there was a party going on inside. However, one of Carter's friends. Apparently, I heard Rochelle say something. No, he's fine. I heard her say that. So I think they were in their car and they asked, is everything okay?
Did you?
Because I'm just laying on the ground.
Did you consider asking Rochelle to cover you over with mulch until you felt better?
Yeah, just cover me over. I don't want anybody to see me.
Oh, man.
Oh, it hurts.
What was it like standing up? She hoisted you up?
Actually, yeah. So she gave me a hand up, and I could immediately put a little weight on it. And I'm like, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good because if you've ever had anything broken, and you try to utilize it, it's like you're like, oh no, no. I'm not doing that. When I broke my wrist, I remember trying to reach and grab for a door handle and just went, oh no, that ain't gonna happen.
So so
it wasn't that, and I was able to limp to the car with her help. But I know the sensation, and I've had it before. And we were headed over to another friend's house, so I texted them ahead of time, and they had ice, and a glass of whiskey, and a pillow for me to rest my leg on. So
let me ask you,
I did that.
how many weeks prior to that you'd almost ripped your arm off?
Oh yeah,
tightening a screw.
Just a couple weeks ago. In fact,
and you were stepping down 2 steps.
Look who's on the phone line.
Oh,
Christine from Trinity Rehab, my physical therapy person. Hi, Christine.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
I think we need to wrap you in bubble wrap.
I know. It's crazy. Oh, and my back hurts too, by the way, Christine.
Now, I suggested, Christine, that because he's walking differently because of the foot thing, that might be causing his back to hurt. Does that seem logical?
That does seem logical.
All right.
He keeps falling
Listen.
and using tools that he shouldn't.
I know. The screwdriver.
Do you have tennis balls to put on his walker over there at Trinity?
I was going to reach out to you about the foot, but I can tell that it's okay. And you know what I did though, Christine, immediately was because my friend's daughter's a nurse. She wasn't there, but they were like, okay, here's what you need to do.
Tracheotomy.
No, not tracheotomy. Ice, 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off, and just keep alternating that for like hours. So that's what I did.
Oh my goodness.
And it's much better. However, there's a giant pool of blood at the base of my foot where all the blood drained down. No, I mean inside. It's like a bruise.
In your sock.
Yeah, not in my sock. It's like a bruise now, so everything's forming there.
Dude.
But I need
Okay,
I
well,
need
I'm
to come
glad
see
you're
you.
feeling better.
Yes.
You send her the picture.
Oh my God.
Send Christine the picture.
Official start of summer.
Yeah.
I know. It's
I'm
just
so
beginning.
scared.
All right. I will see you soon, Christine.
Okay, feel better.
All right, thanks. We'll see you later.
Preston texted a picture out to all of us that, and there was no area at which your ankle was discernible. It was your leg down to your toes.
It looked like a cartoon.
Yeah, it looked like a poorly drawn leg and foot.
Yeah, by the time we got home, the swelling was massive, and I'm like, oh my god.
Let me tell you something about that icing thing. So I've had dental surgery over the past couple of months, correcting issues. If you stick fastidiously to that 10 minutes on, 10 minutes off, 10 minutes on for that first couple of hours,
that worked for you.
You avoid so much pain.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I listen to it. I have that changing bags of ice. That initial period, icing it immediately makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I believe it. So I that was my Saturday, and so immediately I had to reach out. Well, I was thinking about. I'm like, can I play golf on Sunday? Can I do this? Can I go ahead and do it?
And you're your dance recital.
And I was like, you moron! Why are you even? Why are you even debating that with yourself? Even if it felt okay, I could see me just walking hurting myself. So that's why I stayed home and didn't do anything.
The guy at the party in the Iron Lung said, "I'm really pulling for you."
Yeah. No, Press, years ago, I played in a basketball tournament, the Billy Lake mock tournament.
Yeah.
It was at Bonner High School, and so I played there in the morning, and I had a golf outing to play in the afternoon, and I, like an idiot, listen, I'm 5'7" on a good day. I have no business being down by the backboard trying to get rebounds off of tall people, but I did, and I ended up coming down on somebody's foot, rolled my ankle, and then I went and played 18 holes of golf after that. And, it messed me up for days and days and days after that.
When you roll, I do a lot of hiking, and when, I'd see it a lot, people would go on, especially on the Wissahickon path. There's one path you can take that's sort of a little bit more level, and there's one that's a little bit more arduous. And I saw Preston, it was last year. It was a guy who had clearly rolled his ankle well into the hike, with the family sort of carrying him around. Now, he wasn't going to get any rest for a while because it was all irregular terrain back to the car. So my heart went out to this guy.
Yeah, but I'm lucky because you can tear some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
When you do that, and a sprain is lightly tearing some things from what I understand. But
rolling your ankle it's so insanely painful. And I we were talking about it. I said you can really sum it up with one word, and that word is.
I'm
gonna throw up.
Not even a full scream because it hurts too much to do that. I told there was another time that I rolled my ankle, and this was just classic. And I've told you guys this story before. I was at a bar working, doing an appearance, and I'm up in the DJ booth, which had about 4 steps down from there. I saw this gal comes walking up, somebody I went to high school with, hadn't seen her in years. Oh my God! And I take a step forward, and the first step I hit, roll, boom, down the stairs, flat out on the ground. And then I'm laying there, similar to what with Rochelle, in pain, can't talk, in my own world. And after a while, I just look up, and she's gone.
Yeah.
She just left. I don't remember who it was.
And that was great.
She was gone.
She probably had... That's the way to do it.
Yeah.
Abandon them because you don't want anyone to see you or talk to you.
Yeah.
You want that moment to pass as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You never want people to talk of it again. It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, when you're doing it not at a sporting event or something like that where injuries, kind of happen, it's just so embarrassing. But that story and the story when you walked up behind that guy and you picked him up and you were like,
I thought it was a friend of mine. Yeah. That was
you
bad.
picked the guy up off his feet.
But I was doing a little...
I like you.
I was doing a little inventory. Oh, he wanted to kill me, too, by the way.
He thought he was being raped.
Yeah. But I was doing a little inventory in my mind yesterday of how many times I've done that in my life. So you have yesterday or Saturday, you had the time at the DJ booth. I had one time in gym in middle school.
Yeah.
And I think maybe only one other time.
I know one.
Well, yeah. That was a slip.
That was a slip.
That was at Blarney Castle. I fell down the stairs.
Preston.
But rolling my ankle, I think I've done it 4 times in my life.
That's enough.
Maybe 5. And that's pain that lives with you.
You came to the point of passing out from the pain, right?
Yes.
So those times. So the Blarney Castle one, we'd gone to Blarney. We were doing a live broadcast from a pub. Guinness used to give away pubs. And so we were doing that. I said, we got to go kiss the Blarney Stone. We go to Blarney Castle. It's a great old castle, moss covered. It's a moist day.
Yeah.
And so I'm with Marilyn Russell, and I think my wife and another friend were there, and we're walking around one part. Preston had gone into the
was the dungeon.
Into the
Actually,
dungeon.
yeah.
And we're outside, and we hear,
and what had happened is I had slipped on the stairs, and they were stone. All right, so and I fell, and I caught the small of my back. On those sharp stairs, and boom! It was just, and it was fainting pain. Like I was about to. I started, just got tunnel vision and the whole thing, and I almost passed out.
We started going, that must be the ghost of Blarney Castle.
Oh, my God.
That unearthly scream.
Somebody texted and said, I'd probably roll my ankle 4 times a month.
Oh,
that's
my God.
insane.
Oh, my God.
I think they're exaggerating a bit, but having it happen often, that's horrible, man.
Rolling over, snapping, breaking your ankle.
Yes.
So I have not had that happen, but anyone let's face it, there's nothing you can do. No. And at some point, you're going to have to go through a lot of pain as you get back up and start moving.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to go to Joy real quick. Hi, Joy. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello,
I thought of you terribly as you were describing the pain.
Okay.
Walking into work, stepped in a pothole, rolled the ankle. Continued to walk to work. 2 days later, broke my fibula.
Whoa! Was that brought on by the rolling of the ankle? First off.
Yes, it was, and it swelled up like a balloon.
Yep.
I just got out of the boot May the 9th. Told the doctor, I'm like, listen, I need to be in something else because I'm going to Iceland next month.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
So he put you in snowshoes.
Yeah, no kidding.
Snowshoes.
Wow.
Bubble wrap.
So when you broke it, was that a separate fall or?
No, it was I rolled it because I roll my ankles all of the time, and I just thought it was ligament damage.
Yeah.
Walked into work, wasn't taking off the shoe. Next day, I'm here like when it swelled up like a balloon and was 10 shades of purple.
That sucks. All right.
It's wild how your joints and any injury like that will swell up. I mean, your ankle, that picture,
that was huge.
It looks inhuman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm surprised you're walking on it today.
It's actually, after yesterday, late in the day, I started feeling okay. I can take normal steps. So I'm babying it definitely, and I bought like a
That's right, in a bib.
I wrap it and I put it in a compression sock, and so I'm just giving it some support and trying to stay off.
You iced it immediately. That's what made the difference.
Yep.
As my again, we're all pre-law here, but I know what I know about medicine, and icing it makes the difference.
Yep.
Let me go to Eric real quick. Eric, you're on. Good morning.
Good morning, friend.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, this is really triggering some PTSD here listening to you guys this morning.
What occurred?
I broke my ankle when I was 7 on falling off the monkey bars, and now, ever since then, once every year and a half, I will roll it again, and it's in increasingly embarrassing ways. It's like I'll be leaning down to pet a dog. It will bend in the wrong way. I'll fall over in front of
You poor thing.
The worst one. You guys know McGruber.
Yeah. Yes, love McGruber.
He distracts the bad guys one time by sticking celery up his ass and doing a little walk shuffle.
Yes.
We were in a hotel room in Atlantic City having a couple of drinks and talking about that scene. And fully clothed, no celery, got up to imitate the little shuffle walk that he does with his hands over his junk.
Yeah.
And somehow rolled the ankle, fell over, screaming on the hotel room floor.
I don't remember that part.
Oh, my
that never
God.
happened in the movie. My God.
Dude.
Poor son of a bitch.
Imitating McGruber's celery walk. Wow.
Oh, man.
I'm due, by the way.
Are you? It's time.
It hasn't happened like a specter creeping around the corner. I know it's coming.
Oh, man. Jeez. All right. Hang in there. I appreciate it, man.
Brad, take it easy, bud.
But it was, I'm glad there was not a gallery of spectators because that just makes it that much worse.
There's something, and I know people want to reach out and help, but you're in the throes of it. It's just so painful, and you just want to die. And you want to die almost as much from the embarrassment as the actual pain.
Yep. All right. Well, anyhow, I wanted to apologize. I wanted to share that.
What about the flowers? We were asking in the text.
Oh
chain.
yes, the flowers were okay.
Okay,
I mainly hit mulch.
Okay.
And no bushes or anything like that.
We just bought those.
We're injured in the fall. No, I wanted to. We have a couple of minutes. We have a good 10 minutes or so that we can chat for a little bit. I wanted to congratulate Nick's son Ben. He got his driver's license. That's crazy.
He is now a licensed driver.
Wow.
Which is a bit terrifying. I know you guys have been through it, Preston and Casey, and with your kids, and Caroline just got her permit, right?
So I'm actively taking Caroline out every day, and we're driving. So I'm teaching right now.
Does going through it, Nick, make you appreciate what your parents did when they?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yes,
taught you,
and also it really made me appreciate Ben's diligence. He worked really hard.
Yeah.
He studied really hard. He passed on his first exam. I did not. I failed my first exam when I was 16.
No kidding.
And so I did not have to do parallel parking. It changes, like the tests change over the years. But when I did my test back in whatever year that was, 91 or 92, I guess, I had to do a 3-point turn, and in one of the backing in portions of the 3-point turn, I hit the curb. Immediate fail.
Wow, yeah.
But this was kind of an interesting wrinkle to the whole thing. So he passed on his first time. He had his permit for 6 months or so. We get to the driver's license center, and it's the one in Norristown. It's right off of 202.
Yes.
And so we're pulling in, and this was on Thursday. It was kind of a hot day. So we are parked in the spot waiting for the driver instructor to come out. And then I get out of the car, and he takes Ben around. They do the little parallel parking thing. Then they go out on the street for 15 minutes. The guy checks him, and then they come back in. That's what the procedure is supposed to be.
They do some drift racing.
A little bit of drifting, just to make sure he's up to par.
Jobs, yeah.
No. So we're waiting for the other guy in front of us to finish. It takes a little bit longer than we expect. So we're just sitting there having to wait for a while. And finally, the guy comes over. Could not have been a nicer guy. And I know sometimes working in the DMV, I mean, we were talking about Casey's experience with a parking ticket. You know, if you work in the parking court or the PPA, it can be a difficult job. This guy could not have been nicer. He was super friendly, really apologetic for being late. And so he's asking Ben, while I'm still in the passenger seat, Ben's in the driver's seat, to do the thing where you check the turn signal, check the windshield wipers, turn the lights on and off, and, that he has a feel for what the car is like. And he does all of that just fine. And I say, okay, should I get out now? And he's like, yeah, Dad, you can go wait inside. So I'm getting out of the passenger side. Ben's in the driver's side, and the instructor is about to walk over to my side of the car. As he's walking over and as I'm getting out, we hear this screech, slam on the brakes, and then an accident happens. And
on
about
the grounds
100 yards behind me to the right, somebody was pulling into a gas station, making a left into a gas station, and somebody else was going in the opposite direction on the road, slammed on the brakes, and slammed right into the other car. And it was a loud accident, right?
Whoa.
All of the airbags go off.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and so poor Ben is like, I got to take a driver's test.
Yeah, I'm traumatized.
And you hear and see a bad car accident.
Yeah.
So we're like, what do we do? So I went into the DMV. We called the cops. The cops show up, and an ambulance shows up. The two cars are drivable.
Oh, no, the fire department.
So they get into the parking lot of the gas station. Everybody gets out and are looking okay. It didn't look like it was too serious of an injury or whatever, or injuries. And then so we decided it would be all right.
Well, son, ready to drive?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Ben sees this, I see this, the instructor sees this, and it's like, what the hell do we do at this point? Like, we're witnesses to an accident that looks like it's a pretty bad and serious accident. And it ended up, everybody was okay. The cops came, the ambulance came, they took a couple of people away from the accident.
Wow.
And then Ben went out, did the parallel parking, aced that, and aced the rest of the drive as well. But that was an interesting start to a driver's test.
Good for him. Now, you've seen the reports, and you've talked about him, Preston, a couple of times in the Just Saying Institute, that it's less a thing of desirability now, apparently, amongst a lot of teens.
I've heard that, but not for my kid.
Yeah,
he could not wait to get it. And so, and you have to wait a certain number of months while having your permit before you can get your license. And he has that junior license that's the vertical one instead of the horizontal one. And so there are restrictions applied to that, too. I think you have to wait a couple of years before you can drive after 11 p.m.
Yeah, with other people in the car, with other teenagers in the car.
Exactly,
There's a couple of rules,
But Steve, he saw freedom.
Yes.
He looked at his driver's license. He's like, that means I can get out and I can do things.
I can buy chili dogs.
I can buy chili dogs. Yeah. He can go do errands for us when we don't want to do it.
That's exactly it. I can now be slave labor to my parents.
I asked Nick that. I'm like, have you sent him out to run any errands yet?
Yeah, not yet.
That's pretty awesome.
But that's right around the corner. But
but you savor that when you.
Oh my God! Yeah.
I remember when I got mine. My mother wanted me to go to the super. Oh, absolutely.
I was like,
yeah.
you guys need anything? You need you gotta we good on milk? You know,
I'll go back and I'll get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the instructor was really a super nice guy. He was a former cop, and so they're driving around Norristown, and Ben told me this afterwards. He's like, there's a lot of idiots.
Yeah, we're going to respond to this.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was doing his duty. He was doing his due diligence. But as he's driving around that area in Norristown, he's like, listen, kid, there's a lot of idiots out on the road around here, so go carefully. And then, somebody sort of cut them off as they were getting in traffic, and he's like, look, see? Idiot. And so the guy had a good sense of humor about all of it.
No, that's cool.
Will he have a car or no?
Yeah, so his mom and I are working through that process now. He will. But I only have had one car for the last 3 years, so I'm going to buy a second car, and Ben will have access to that.
Okay. Did you guys opt for an instructor to show him how to drive?
Like prior to this? No.
Driving instructor?
No. And I took highway safety when I was in high school, and I think you actually got like points. Or you got a reduced insurance rate if you got that, if you got like a B or better in that class. But he did not.
I think that's another thing my school didn't have, which was that and I know so many people who took driving instruction in high school in preparation for it and got that deal. And I'm like, my school sucks.
We had to take it with a guy named Highway Hoke, and it was Hoch was how you spelled his last name, and Highway Hoke was not allowed to be in the car. With only one.
Highway Hoke?
Yeah, it was not his
Really?
real first name. But he, there was a restriction at one point.
Are you kidding?
Where, I hope he's not alive and listening. But, there was, there had to be at least one boy in the car with Highway Hoke.
The
at all
Harvey
times.
Weinstein of driving instruction?
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is 91, 92.
So, did you do the majority of the teaching?
Yeah.
How to drive? Okay. I'm on my third kid to teach how to drive, and I actually kind of enjoy it.
I did too, except for the time where Ben nearly ran a red light.
Ooh.
And that he just wasn't paying attention for a second.
Right,
and he's like a brilliant kid who gets great grades, and he's also a complete moron. He's a 16-year-old boy, and they space. And so he followed a guy who was making a right. It was there was not a no turn on red sign. That guy paused and then kept right on going. And then we pull up behind that guy, and it's one of those moments where you're like, all right, when do I say something? I was like, okay, stop. And you have to you don't want to startle the crap out of your kid, but you also don't want to get into an accident.
Yeah, you need to stress urgency when it's important.
Yeah.
Adults blank. I yesterday was sitting at a stop sign waiting for it to turn.
Yeah.
There have been a couple of times when teaching Caroline, I've had to reach over and grab the wheel.
Right.
You got tighter turn. We're going to get in the middle of the road. I try not to do that, but sometimes you do have to.
You call that a J turn?
You got to use your dad voice, and you got to speak up a little bit, and it can be jarring, especially when you're 6 inches away in the car. But yeah, it's you don't want to get in an accident.
She's going to relive the sock folding incident.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah. I'm concerned about other drivers on the road that, because my daughter's a cautious driver. She follows the rules. Like if the speed limit is 25, she does 25. And, and people are just very impatient.
Yeah.
I witnessed a guy yesterday on 252, basically from beyond Paoli, basically Chesterbrook.
Yeah.
From Chesterbrook all the way to Westchester Pike, this dude was driving on the shoulder. He was going around people. It was ridiculous. By the way, he drives a white Infiniti, it's like M80 or whatever. He had 3 magnets on his car. One was for the Hill School. Another one was for Episcopal Academy. So if you know this a-hole, let him know that I say you're an a-hole.
Casey, he was blatantly being dangerous.
And what sucked about it for him is I was following all the rules. And I ended up at Westchester Pike at the same time.
Of course, yeah.
At the same time as this a-hole. So just let him know that I think he's an a-hole. But anyway, there's people like that out there that make it really scary for the younger drivers.
So I'm thinking about getting the student driver be patient.
I was thinking about getting that
magnet.
Does it?
We have one.
Okay.
I think I'm a little desensitized to it myself because there are a lot of them.
You know what, though? Listen, not that I would drive like the person that Casey hates, but I'm one to be like, what is this person doing in front of me? Why are you driving so slow? If I saw that sticker, I'd be like, okay.
All right.
And even sometimes
I'm gonna get it.
I'll feel bad. I'll drive around them and I'll see it's like a little old woman or
they need
Speed up, whore!
I feel bad, and I'm like,
you're on a race to the grave.
They need a.
No, I feel bad though, Case. Like you said, I probably would have gotten to the light or where I was going the same time. I didn't need to go around her. So I think you should get her the sticker.
When I see like an actual driving school vehicle out there, and I see that you don't want to make them nervous. I think I'd probably react, but people become immune after a while. It's like the baby on board stuff. Remember that for a while? It's like
you still see them.
Yeah,
yeah,
baby on board.
But dude, they should make magnets for old people. Like, please be patient. Elderly person driving.
80
I'm old.
Well, the Amazon drivers now, because of Parker, I know that they're not going a mile over the speed limit. So
The most challenging part for Ben and Casey, I don't know if it happened with any of your kids, but it's highway driving. He's afraid to go over like 60, 65 miles an hour.
How's his Dukes of Hazzard jump?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Listen, both of my sons probably drove about a year before they ever decided to tackle the highway. You can wait. You don't have to get on there right away.
It's like the scene in Clueless. I mean, like the merging is hard, and like there's trucks going all around you and stuff. But we'll get there eventually.
Listen, it's a huge chapter in his life, man, and yours.
I can't believe he's 16.
That's crazy.
I know.
And driving.
Man. I probably have a picture over here that he drew me a couple of years ago that I've kept.
Probably. Well, congratulations, Ben.
Thank
That's
you.
huge. Excellent. All right, listen, I want to take a break and come back in a moment because we want to stay on time. We have Joey McIntyre. Yes. New Kids on the Block. Joey McIntyre is going to be on when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I respect most in the world, and it
It's a
is
little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy's a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do. They all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
The Australian shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
No, I'm here for the wedding. Now they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I'd like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being, as opposed to your dog, be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah. How does a dog sign the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
By the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with the Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was held at a family friend's house who opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousins' close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay,
that's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted, and It was so. I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
Well, unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it because they to me they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, they were like, "Yo, what is up?"
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can. Like,
how old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there is a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie because they all get together because their little league coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me."
That's Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen,
Hat and
people,
everything?
had everything. And listen, people, showed up in. Some were in suits, and other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know how. I don't know if I know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
So I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa. Okay. No.
Wow. So,
and this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Okay,
what a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's just a bad person.
Yeah. It was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So of course I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh
really?
my God!
Yeah.
They were banging in the bathroom,
I think
they were doing something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome. Which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah. By the way, if you're 60. Wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away. His brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
they killed it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair.
Mm-hmm.
A positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death, whether, a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower.
Yeah. But, I mean, your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, That's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people but again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding, too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some
10 minutes
issues
after 9 o'clock on this Monday morning with Preston and Steve Show. We have a guest we're going to get to in a moment, so we're diving right back into the action. Speaking of the action, a lot of action on the road, or a lot of inaction on the road because not many people moving in some spots. Let's go ahead and take a look at traffic before we get to our guest. So, Kathy, what's happening now?
A fatal crash on the Blue Route has it closed northbound between St. David's, Villanova, and the Schuylkill Expressway. It's been closed since about 4:50 a.m. this morning. So that's the northbound side. You are stopped back to Broomall, and then on the southbound side, it's jammed from the Mid-County tolls to Villanova, but it looks like they've lifted that one-lane restriction that they had there. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slowing Virginia Drive to Fort Washington. There was an accident out near Route 1 that's cleared. Schuylkill eastbound slowing 202 into the Blue Route, the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound, Passyunk to Girard, the Boulevard out to Belmont. 95 southbound heavy from Cottman through to the Vine Expressway. Northbound side from the Betsy Ross Bridge to Cottman. 202 northbound in Newcastle at Murphy Road. Watch for an accident in the right lane in New Jersey. 42 north heavy lower landing road to 295. 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Colonel Seasons, available at ShopRite with Colonel Seasons popcorn seasoning. You can turn what into what the what. Just add interesting with Colonel Seasons today, available in the popcorn aisle. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Waiting for our guests to get on. There's a couple new Daily Rush videos. I watched over the weekend the seagull screech off.
Yeah.
At Keenan's. It was so much fun to watch. And I showed it to my friend Lori, who I told you guys you can do a spot on seagull.
Yes.
And kind of helped inspire me to go, yeah, I think we could do this contest because I heard her do it firsthand. Man, I don't know. Her and Joan, it'd be pretty tough. Joan was our winner. She was a badass.
She's like the Jordan of seagull impersonators.
But I told Lori, I'm like, if you're available next year, I'll get you in that contest because I think we'll do it again. So if you haven't seen it yet, you can see the video. Skill and determination collide when listeners compete to find the answer to what could be the world's most eternal question: do you sound like a seagull? And then the newest video that's up and running is the Wheel of Shots. And the description says, is it whiskey or is it blended sardines? Is it tequila or cat food juice? You never know until you try your hand at the Wheel of Shots. And that, I've not watched yet. I got to see that one now. But you can watch full series of Keenan's videos at WMMR.com/dailyrush. And it's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Our guest is ready to go. He has got a solo tour that's going on. It's called Solo Joe. And he'll be in Philadelphia on August 1st, and he'll be at City Winery.
Very nice.
Performing. So please, do we have music to bring him on, Case? I don't have anything.
Right here.
Where is it? Okay.
Right here.
That's what I wanted to hear. All right. So let's get him on. Please welcome Joe McIntyre to the program. Joe, good morning. Hey, welcome. Thanks for checking in, man. The tour is, are we early on in the tour, or are you already doing this right now?
I'll be good and warmed up, man. I got to be very warmed up for Philly. I always put it at the end of the tour because you can't be tentative at all.
Yes.
In the great city of Philadelphia.
Well, they'll welcome you with open arms, I'm certain of it. By the way, the show's sold out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
So hopefully, you never know, maybe like some extra tickets.
So I'm all set, guys. I'll talk to you later. I'm doing this video, this interview, but no, I'm kidding. I'm so psyched. I love Philly. I've been lucky enough to play it, with my band so many times. So looking forward to being there.
That's awesome, man. Listen, I was just taking a look at your Instagram account, and I had completely forgotten that New Kids on the Block at one point in time had a cartoon.
Yeah.
And I'm
there wasn't much we didn't have. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. There was. Yeah, I mean, obviously there were little action figures. There's all kinds of stuff. But that cartoon, did that run? Did you voice your own character on that, or did they have other people doing it?
No, I did not, Your Honor. No, that was not.
He's pleading his case.
Neither did the Beatles. The Beatles had a cartoon. They didn't voice those either. So,
Yeah, it was. It's become its own classic. I mean, we, with our fans and our amazing blockheads, we've unearthed all the stuff, and but yeah, we had. I think it was one season. It was one season, and it's another thing to have a chuckle at.
You know, it's funny though as you go through these. And you were at the New Kids were at the beginning. I think was it maybe New Edition. As far as in that arc leading up to what became In Sync and the Backstreet Boys and all that stuff. But I mean, so you were at the beginning, and it seems like what's really cool is that all the members, you obviously included, have gone on to separate things, but have embraced and continue to embrace what that meant to your fans and, as you could call them, blockheads. But that's cool. Did you go through a point where it was something that was sort of a touchy subject for you?
I mean, sure. I mean, when your biggest group in the world, and it was madness, and you come down off of that, and that ran its course the first time around. So you just kind of coming up for air, first of all, and then you definitely want to sort of solidify yourself as your own artist, and that's a big part of life, no matter what you do, I think. And I think we've all been able to do that over the years, and took a lot of time off, and then we suddenly kind of came together, and it's been 15 years since we got back together now. So we've been able to, a lot of bands just don't benefit from getting back together. Life happens, and it runs its course. But we've been able to kind of give each other space and roll with the punches and enjoy this amazing ride. And it's an ongoing gift. And we, as you say, we try to we don't take ourselves too seriously, but we take entertaining and keeping it fresh for the fans. We take that very seriously.
I'm curious because you look at the time frame, and you're turning 50 this year? Am I correct with that?
I just did. I turned the big 50.
Congratulations.
December 31st. Thank you. Yes.
So I was thinking, as far as these things go, would you preceded social media pretty much with the band, and then now you see what it's doing and the power that it has. How would you guys have fared if social media had been up and running and robust at the time you broke?
Yeah. I mean, I first of all, I'm one to say that I'm glad we didn't come up in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe I just sound like a guy who just turned 50. Childhood, years. Yeah. But to me, I like going to the record store. You know what I mean? I get you didn't have the freedom of, a zillion songs, but just like, I guess things were curated, and there was one pop station. You only heard a certain amount of records. Things felt a little bit more special. Of course, my three kids would think otherwise, and they don't want to hear that. But I don't know. I mean, when things got funky, it's like you could say, well, if something bad happened or you made a mistake, back then it would be, in the Inquirer for, months at a time.
Right.
Now, more people might hear about it, but it's gone in 5 minutes. Something else is going to come along. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit, I think there's a pros and cons to that.
Yeah, well, as you talk about your career and the career you've had outside of just the band, I mean, obviously you've done a lot of stage work, and I had not realized this doing some research. Gary Marshall had for a while, I don't know if they still perform, I'm sure they do somewhere, but the Happy Days, which is a stage show.
Yeah.
And how did that come about for you?
Oh, man, that was a dream. I mean, Gary Marshall, God bless his soul. He was a legend, and for those of you who don't know, like Gary Marshall started Happy Days. He started The Odd Couple. He directed Pretty Woman. So to work with him was amazing. And I actually just not that I'm buddies with Tom Hanks, but I bumped into him recently, and I told him my Gary Marshall has been.
the Gary Marshall. We're going to have Joey McIntyre play the Fonz. He doesn't know what he's doing very much, but when he does it, it's good, and they love him.
That's a good Gary Marshall.
People think, Tom Hanks thinks he does a good Gary Marshall.
And you played Fonzie?
I played Fonzie. Yeah, it was a dream, and I worked with. Oh my God! It's early in the morning. Yeah. He just won an Emmy.
Henry Winkler.
Thank you.
Yes. So Henry Winkler consulted you on the Fonz.
Yes, and it was a dream job, and it was a great musical, and we had a lot of fun, and I got to work with a legend, so it was great.
So when you're doing solo stuff for the shows, obviously no problem selling out because you've sold out here. How do you make sure that it gives the fans what they're sort of looking for, with also paying tribute to what you do?
Right. It's much different than playing. What's it? Wells Fargo Arena, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're lucky enough to do those big shows, but this is very intimate, and I feel very comfortable, and it's just I've been lucky enough to do theater and make my own music and have the new kids' music, and I love what I call the new standards, and to me that's U2 and Elton John and George Michael, and so there's a little bit of everything, and I think you get to love that kind of setting, to be in a room very intimate. There's nowhere to hide, and I guess I kind of get off on that and that connection, and kind of you never know what's going to happen. So that's something that I'm excited about, and just grateful to have the opportunity to mix it up.
Well, let me ask just one last question about these documentaries now. But the Bee Gees had this incredible documentary on HBO. You guys were a seminal band, at the point that you came on and ushered in the boy band thing. Has there ever been talk of putting together a real comprehensive documentary?
Yes. We've done some behind the scenes stuff, but actually we just did our first BlockCon in Chicago. We did our own convention, and it was phenomenal. And one of the panels we brought back our director. Our first 4 videos were super iconic. I say that, humbly, but it was just our director, Doug Nichols, the way he shot those first 4 videos of our first big hits. It was amazing. And he's a wonderful film director, and we really connected, and, maybe he's the guy to make that really kind of quality, documentary. But that is something that's on the table, and we just want to make sure it's done well.
Yeah.
So, maybe soon.
I would love to see that.
Yeah, it'd be great. Just the nostalgia is the word I'm attempting to say, level alone. Yeah. That would be fantastic.
Well, Solo Joe is coming to City Winery August 1st, and it's sold out. He didn't even have to be here, did he? No. That's what a guy Joe is. So.
Well, he's got the show on Lifetime coming up in July.
That's true, so. Yes. Yeah, real quickly before and we know you got to run, but the Lifetime miniseries, can you briefly tell us about that?
Yes, well, I don't know. It's the V.C. Andrews novels.
Yeah.
I guess they're pretty gnarly. They're from, the 70s and 80s, and, sort of the women in my demo, know them, and it's crazy.
V.C. Andrews wrote Flowers in the Attic, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so this is another set of books, and it's and I don't play a very nice guy, and it gets a little steamy, so the blockheads are going to get their big glass of wine, put the kids to bed, and it's that kind of a thing. So
looking forward to that.
All right.
Yeah, that stuff tends to be a little bit darker. That's cool.
Saturday, July 8th is when part 1 comes out, so we will see you as the bad guy in that. Nice. All right, Joey, thanks for checking in, man. Continued success. We appreciate you chatting with us today. All right, take care. Joe McIntyre. There you go.
Do you remember Flowers in the Attic?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were the kids were kept up there. They were basically being slowly killed.
Yep, and they had to have something for their sexual outlet as they were growing older. It was really strange.
Incestuous.
I remember seeing, I never read the book, but I remember when the book was popular and it was like, ooh. And then they made it into a movie, and I watched that. That was pretty wild. Yeah, it's a pretty messed up story, but it's funny because I had a love-hate relationship with the New Kids on the Block at the time. There were I've always thought the boy band thing is a bit much with all the the choreography and all that stuff. But they actually had a few songs that were pretty solid, man.
I've come around a little bit on on the appreciation of that stuff. It was never really my scene, but you look back now and you're like, well, it was a huge thing. The Goldbergs had a terrific episode where they were going to make fun of Erica. You know, the boys really wanted to get something over on her because she got them, and so they start making fun of the music, and they start to listen to it, and before you know it, they're doing the choreography.
Yeah. Oh, we used to do that dancing where you kick the legs out. Oh my! I would show you, but I would roll my ankle and fall.
I mean, listen, the music, the songs are written and composed by professional musicians.
teams of people.
Yeah. So yes, the songs were good. And Nick, you and I are the same age. Like, you couldn't hate NKOTB. Because the girls liked them, and so you know what I mean. So
you weren't dummies.
No.
Yeah, although I don't think I'd ever go to BlockCon.
No.
Although it does, I got to admit, it looks kind of cool. Like, if you're into that type of thing,
and think of the milfy moms that are going to be at that thing.
Oh my God.
It's like, if you go back a few years, though, the Brady Bunch movie when Davy Jones comes out.
It's hilarious.
And all the hot moms run to the front of the stage.
The Spanish teacher comes running to the front. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Is there a boy band right now that's popular?
BTS
is.
I guess so, yeah.
I got my Jungkook. I'm a fan.
Well, a few years back was Harry Styles' band.
One Direction.
Right. They were huge.
And now Harry
for a
Styles
bit.
is great.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I don't know who the current, quintuplet is. It's usually 4 or 5 guys at least.
They sheared off a lot of the K-pop bands. There was one band, I guess you go group, you call it whatever you call them. But Preston, there appeared to be like 30 women in this K-pop band, and they seemed incredibly interchangeable. There's just as disposable as you might have thought the boy bands were of our era. They seem to be grinding them out every week.
But I wonder why, so One Direction, Harry Styles has had the crazy solo career, and why it was Justin Timberlake who had the crazy solo career. Like, what?
Looks.
I guess he got the looks, but like
the right stuff, baby.
Yeah. But also, so you had New Edition, right? And that turned into Belle Biv DeVoe
and then Parliament.
Not Parliament. That was something completely. So Belle Biv DeVoe was one thing, and then you had Johnny Gill had his own thing, and then Bobby Brown had his own thing. So
Ralph Tresvant.
Ralph didn't really do much.
He didn't really. No.
Ralph Cramden.
To the moon, Alice!
Honeymooners on the block.
My friend Katie texted me, said 5 Seconds of Summer is one of the big ones right now, too. I don't know them except for the name.
But they've been out for a while now, 5 Seconds of Summer.
Do you remember at Beth Gardner's, Beth used to do video for us here, at her wedding, like, the big thing was Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet and NSYNC.
Like that was the big, was it NSYNC?
Yeah, I think I thought she was more of an NSYNCer.
I thought it was Backstreet.
Well, they were the two, quote unquote, they were the Stones and the Beatles. They were, so you had Backstreet and you had NSYNC.
And then you had 98 Degrees. We're like, hey guys, what about me?
Yeah. And then way off to the side, LFO, right? Wasn't that?
LFO. O-Town.
All for One was one of them.
O-Town never really took. They tried. They had an entire show behind it. The dude
didn't the show create the band?
The show created them basically, and then the guy, I forget the guy's name, or watched a documentary on him. He was basically a pedophile, and so he was. That's what they were all saying.
Wow.
So he went to jail. Nick, if you could check up on
Lou Pearlman or
Lou
something.
Perlman. I think he's dead now.
I think you're right. I think he died in prison, didn't he?
Wow.
And I remember hearing a rumor a year or two ago that everybody in NSYNC was willing to do a reunion. All they needed was Justin Timberlake, which is obviously the key big piece that had not yet signed up.
Nick, give it 5 years. Because Justin Timberlake used to be mega.
Yeah, but he seems like he would be into it anyway. Like, I'm surprised, even at his height, that he wouldn't jump on that.
I'm surprised. Yeah, let's do it. That type of thing.
I was playing some music for my daughter and her friend, and we did do a couple of the boy bands. I did Bobby Brown as well. But then I played for them some Milli Vanilli, and I just let her listen to the songs first. I'm like, what do you think? And she liked it. I cannot believe that they actually thought they were going to get away with that. Like, that whole team, not just Milli and Vanilli, but like everybody.
Rob and Fab.
Yeah. did they really think that they were going to be able to get away with that?
So they had an injury. Who's the remaining one? Is it Rob?
I don't know. One of them
Fabrizio
passed.
or
Right. Yeah. So they were models, and they captured the look. The look was a little cultivated for them as well, and so they basically it's one of those cases where once you're in, you're so in.
You're in.
You can't get out, and the money and all the stuff they were getting was certainly enticement. But that classic footage of the sound skipping at a Milli Vanilli concert is just one of the best. It's right up there with the Ashley Simpson on SNL.
A few people are texting in about the Jonas Brothers. Are they a boy band? I guess they are, right?
I think
I don't know either.
I wouldn't consider Hanson a boy, but they're an actual band.
How many?
Wait,
What?
hold on. Why? Because they're not they're not like up front dancing.
They're musicians as well, though.
Right, they're more of a band than a boy band.
Yeah,
so.
and somebody had asked me that. It was a while back. Somebody had asked me, it was Christine who called in from Trinity. She had texted me and said, do you categorize the Beatles as a boy band? I said, no, because usually what I categorize as a boy band is they don't play instruments and there's a lot of dancing choreography.
Well, also they were formed, right? It's not like, like the Beatles formed themselves, where these boy bands were it was like formed in a laboratory or something like that.
They used to call the Monkees the Prefab Four because they were put together. Now, I would say this. Would you consider the Monkees a boy band?
No, I mean, I still think if you put on a guitar and somebody's playing drums and there's in the band, I just don't. I never have called that.
I agree. I think that's the delineation right there.
Everywhere I'm looking is calling the Jonas Brothers and the Beatles boy bands.
Yeah, see, I just don't agree with it. So
I get it.
Not the Beatles, the Jonas Brothers. I would maybe.
Because I was thinking Hanson, too, Steve. I wouldn't call them
I wouldn't call them a boy band. No.
Hanson performed in our studio one time.
They did.
And they were really good.
And then they left, and one of the guys had a heart attack.
Yeah, I remember that, too. But apparently they're doing a free show in Camden in June 29th.
A free show?
Yeah. A concert's located at Jack Curtis Stadium at Cooper River Park, June 29, 8 p.m. Free show with Hanson.
We should recommend that they check out Donkeys.
Oh, yeah, for cheesesteaks?
Oh, for cheese. I thought you meant just the animals in general.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen
like donkeys?
Apparently, somebody in my neighborhood has a donkey.
I've seen an alpaca.
Wait a minute. Somebody in your neighborhood has a donkey?
Yeah.
Like as a pet?
It's a service animal.
You guys aren't allowed fences in your neighborhood.
Yeah, but so it's just across the street from my neighborhood. So, so they're
zoning. It's zoned for donkeys.
Yeah.
It's zoned for donkeys.
Casey's neighborhood is zoned for donkeys. ZFD.
But what's the point of having a donkey? I understand
the milk.
That's a good album name. Zone for donkeys.
Zone for donkeys.
Or what's the point?
Yeah, because I understand like having goats,
the milk and the fur.
Well, because goats will mow your lawn essentially for you.
Right.
You know, they'll graze. They don't eat the entire.
And there's
lawn.
goat milk as well, so you get a couple of things.
Goat apparel.
Donkeys are versatile animals and have many uses, including for children to ride, for driving and showing.
They can drive.
They can drive. Light draft work.
Okay.
And companion animal or simply as
So that's where you'll see them occasionally working at architects' offices.
I played donkey basketball one time.
Yes, which is used to be the big charity thing where the players would literally sit on donkeys and play each other.
And in hindsight, I realized it was probably animal cruelty that I was a part of. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, you would sit on these donkeys and you try to play basketball, and they don't go anywhere.
They replaced it with kitten kicking,
and they the trainers would come up behind them and make a noise or something like that, and then they would start kicking and running, and you get knocked off. Yeah, good times.
There's the animal cruelty days.
Yeah, the animal cruelty days.
The good old days. There's a donkey. There's a place called Frog Hollow Donuts, which is outside of I think Sea Isle. And right next to Frog Hollow is Jimmy the donkey. It's just one donkey.
Just there? Like, is he playing drums on the corner or what?
No, he just sits there, and now you're not allowed to feed him. Before you could just show up some carrots and feed
So
him
wait a second. Jimmy the donkey is tied up to something, or is he in a pen?
No, he's in.
It's like free roaming donkey.
He's in a fence. He has a decent amount of area to walk.
He's a free range donkey.
Yeah, he's a free range donkey. But I kind of feel bad that it's just him. That, he doesn't.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he just is a people donkey.
By the way, I'm going to start a scoreboard of every time Casey mentions a pastry place down the shore. You use those as like landmarks.
Well, I mean, listen, there's nothing
Great
else
Bear
on this-
Claws.
Listen, there's nothing else on this street besides
Go up to the Eclair place, make a left at the donut place.
Frog Hollow Donuts and the donkey.
And
named
Jimmy the Donkey.
Jimmy the
Donkey.
That was a mob guy, I think.
Yeah,
right?
Jimmy the Donkey. Yeah, he really had a strong kick, Preston.
All right, so guys, in the studio here on our monitors, you can see we have a picture of Frog Hollow Donuts. So I guess they're Google Maps or whatever.
It's a street view, yeah.
Yeah, so go down a couple of, see if you can...
To the fence?
Yeah, see.
And see if the donkey's there?
Yeah.
Is that where he'll be?
That's where he would be. Can we zoom in there? Can we see if we...
I don't think it'll go in any
Can
further.
we zoom in?
Zoom in.
Somebody
See-
get the forensics team on this.
Well, no, there's a donkey button there. Just hit that.
It highlights the donkey.
Google donkey.
Yeah.
There may be a donkey way back
Maybe
there.
he's hiding. Casey.
How do you know the donkey's name is Jimmy?
It's on his license.
Yeah, I checked his... I was like, you shouldn't be driving. Because we saw earlier that they can drive.
He can drive.
No opposable thumbs.
Fair enough.
Doesn't matter.
Well, it's hard to steer.
With your mouth.
Chuck was the one who told me his name was Jimmy.
Oh, okay.
If you had a donkey, what would you name him?
Jimmy.
Don.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Don the donkey?
Donkey.
Sure. What are some of the... No, I don't-
What's your
I don't-
favorite donkey name?
Call in.
Oh, my God. All right, now I can't figure out what to do.
Well, yeah, in the movie Hot to Trot, wasn't that a donkey?
Yes, it was.
However, Racing Stripes was a zebra.
Yeah.
Don, and he won because of the size of his teeth,
Yeah.
if you remember.
Yes.
Okay, here are your donkey names, Preston.
Okay, Wookie Donkey.
No, Wookie Dookie Donkey.
Wookie Dookie Donkey. Noah, Dopey Donkey. Jubilee, Herbert, Jacob. This is like your chicken list, Steve.
Yeah.
That's right.
Muriel,
Muriel, we lost her in a fire.
Wonky the Donkey.
Driving accident.
Spud. That's one of my favorite
Spud is a
words.
great name.
I love that.
Maybe Pud. Pud the donkey.
Pud. Oh, my gosh. Romeo, Cora, Honker. Doogie Donkey.
Oh.
Bogart.
Dingbat the donkey.
Kendoy. What?
Don was not a donkey. He was a horse.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, I thought he was a donkey.
But
Don
that,
Cisco.
I do need
He
that.
was just a talking horse.
That's right.
He did talk. It was John Candy voiced that.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
you know, I watched Guardians of the Galaxy last weekend, and at the end, I like watching the credits because it's a Marvel movie, and you never know what you're going to see. And the James Gunn thanked Bobcat Goldthwait in the credits. Speaking of Hot to Trot, and
Okay.
I was wondering what the hell is the connection from Bobcat to James Gunn?
I wonder if he did some comedy writing.
Or some voice work on it.
Or
perhaps.
voice work, yeah.
As one of the, talking about talking donkeys. No, it was a mule. There was a whole movie series called. Do you remember Francis the Talking Mule?
Sure, yeah.
There was a whole series. You guys may not remember this. Yeah, Francis the Talking Mule, and they were very popular films.
It was just like a spinoff of.
Before Mr. Ed was Mr. Ed,
yeah.
there was Francis the Talking Mule.
Yeah, who was the star of that movie, Steve? It was somebody famous, right?
It was Dwight Eisenhower.
No, it was not Dwight Eisenhower. Excuse me, Mr. President. No, I want to say like Donald O'Connor or something
Was it
like
Brando?
that. No, it wasn't
You're very
Brando.
talented.
Jesus.
The fact that you can talk is quite incredible.
I guess I'm way off.
You're talking about Reagan and the chimp movies, Bonzo.
No.
Donald O'Connor?
Yeah, Donald O'Connor was a great. He's in Singing in the Rain.
Yeah, that's what I was curious. But
I think that's a different thing.
Wait, you have it on What's My Line?
Well, there was an episode of What's My Line that was called Francis the Talking Mule.
I want to
I
find.
clicked on that one by
And
accident.
Zazu Pitts.
Now I want to know officially if Donald O'Connor is this from?
Yeah.
Is this from Francis the Talking Mule?
Yep.
It is. Okay, so he was.
Yeah.
Donald
I was
O'Connor.
right. How about
There you
that?
go.
Yeah. Singing in the Rain.
A whole series.
So the Francis came before Talking Mr. Ed?
Yes.
Talking
yes.
Mr. Ed? Which
Talking
was his
Mr. Ed.
full-
There was Signing Mr. Ed. It wasn't as popular because he couldn't do a lot with those hooves.
I guess he's signing one again? I don't know.
How do you feel today, Ed?
All right, so donkeys and mules. I didn't know the difference, but donkeys have flat backs and mules' backs are slightly curved like horses, but
you
less
can't-
exaggerated.
You can't breed a mule.
You can't?
I think mules
I
are
think I
sterile.
could.
No.
When I was in college, I
Wait,
could.
mules are sterile.
If you breed a horse with a donkey, you get a mule.
I think you're right.
And
But you
it's-
can't breed.
Right, so that you get one mule. That's it. One generation of mules, and then no more mules because mules can't have sex.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Why can't they have sex?
Well, they can have sex. They just can't procreate. So I'm sure there's a lot of oral stuff going on.
Oral mule.
A lot of hoof jobs.
Why? I don't know why they can't. Looking this up.
Yeah.
Why
Mules are
can't
big,
mule-
though. So mules
Because
and
they're a half donkey, half horse. So-
Okay.
and horses are bigger than donkeys.
All right, horse has 64 chromosomes, a donkey has 62. When they're mated, the mule receives 63 of them.
Okay.
All right.
So a tiger is a donkey and a tiger?
No, it's a liger.
Here we go. All right, I got a little bit of info for you.
Okay.
A female horse and a male donkey have a mule, but hinnies,
the rabbi says,
and mules can't have babies of their own. So I don't know what a hinny is. Is a hinny?
It's like a howdy. There you have hinnies and howdies.
They're sterile because they can't make sperm or eggs.
Huh?
Wow.
So they basically they don't end up with a complete set of chromosomes.
So
So
I
that's
wonder
why
if-
they can't reproduce.
It's mostly oral. Then.
I wonder if it's one of the rare hybrid breeds that cannot procreate like that. The only way to get a mule is to have a horse and a donkey do it. Now, does it matter if the horse is male and the donkey is?
I think it does.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you have to have a female donkey?
I think you have to have a
Do you have
male,
any-
a
male donkey
and a female horse.
horse.
Yeah.
It's got
Do you
to
have
be
any
your
don-
bull case.
Yeah. Do you have any donkey in you?
So it is a.
Would you like
You're
some?
about to.
It's 1,000,000 to 1 odds that a mule can have a baby.
Yeah, there have been 5. I'm really into this too.
I know,
there
right?
have been 5 documented cases in the last 200 years.
But they have had to. They've had to have happened more frequently than that. Wow.
Why?
But just documented.
Oh, documented. Okay,
Yeah.
so a lot of these are illegal.
But ligers can have babies.
Okay.
And so can tigons.
What's a tigon?
It's the same thing, but
It's
just
a turnip
different
and a
name.
lion.
A lion and a tiger is either a liger or a tigon.
I've never heard tigon.
Yeah, me neither. But they are, you can breed those.
I didn't know that there were different cows for dairy and for meat.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't know that either.
I just learned that.
Have
There's
you ever seen
specific
a
cows
sweet
that-
tiger?
No.
Part sweet potato, part tiger.
But like, not all cows just produce milk. They have either had to have either have to be pregnant or just had a calf or something like that.
No,
Here's a
well-
question that I'll ask. So in the world of beef, here you go. Where is beef most commonly culled from? From cattle, from
cows,
bulls, right?
Yes.
Yeah, essentially. Not cows predominantly, right?
Oh, I don't know about
There are
female. You mean?
Well, I looked at. Well,
you know?
Because I didn't know.
I don't
thought
eat
it was
meat
like
really. So
Farmers, call now, please.
where does meat, a steak, Kobe beef? I tend to think of beef from a bull.
As opposed to a female cow, or I mean a cow,
I
a female
guess.
cattle.
Yeah.
You know, as much as,
I'm not really sure.
as you're informed about this, I still get confused about how the egg
No,
process
it's
and
cows and bulls. Steve.
Is that right?
It's both,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And did you
Yes.
guys know that there? Oh, go ahead, Kath.
No, I was gonna say it's that like traditional black and white cow that you see are the dairy cows,
like
and,
an Angus.
and the brown ones, and then
No, and Angus.
Angus is for beef.
Angus is beef. Yes.
Right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
and then the meat. I think are the bulls, which are I think typically the all black, and the brown cows as well. However, the dairy cows, after they stop producing or they're not producing quality, they actually will use them for some beef, but in like lower grade, like fast foods and
Yeah,
places like
to
that.
feed the cows.
Did you ever milk a cow before, Kath?
No, I never have.
I did in Vermont. It's weird. It's a bizarre sensation.
Yeah.
It feels a little jerky.
Right. I took right to
All right.
it.
So here's the cows, the Herefords, the Aberdeens, and Angus.
Yeah.
Are usually bred to produce muscle, not milk, and tend to be much heftier than dairy cows. You know what's a trip? Is seeing those muscular cows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you ever seen
Oh
those?
my God.
They're
usually-
bred to have these. Kathy, they look like they're at the gym all the time.
Who wants some milk?
It's crazy.
Bouncers at dairy bars is what they are.
Yeah.
Start tugging on me.
Did you know that there is a Longhorn farm on 401?
They're amazing.
On the way out to the French Creek.
With longhorn steer?
I have
Yeah.
not seen them out there.
And
Wow.
so my question for you is this: do female cows, female longhorns have longhorns as well?
I think only the males do. They have
I always assumed
they
that,
have vagina horns.
I don't know. I will honestly
Female
say I
and
don't
male
know.
longhorn. Cows and bulls have the horns.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
I'm woefully
We're learning
misinformed.
Well, here's something that I learned. Apparently, only the brown cows can make chocolate milk.
Shut up.
Stop it. Stop. I'm bringing it back to the donkeys because
Yes.
during that whole conversation, we were talking about the names. My friend has a donkey, and I could not for the life of me remember the name of it, but I knew there was like a connection. I'm like, why do I want to tell them the name of the donkey? Her name was Annabelle.
Oh, yay! All right.
Annabelle.
Seriously.
Wow.
By the way, I think Kathy should get a set of longhorns to put on the front of her car. Wouldn't that look awesome?
Be so
that
so
not look awesome.
And then wear a 10-gallon hat too all the time.
I have Miller, who is a zookeeper.
There we go.
Now he can explain the hybrid animals.
All right.
Real quick. Hi, Miller. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Good to be known to see you. Hey, Miller. Good morning to see you. All right. So, hybrid animals. We were talking about a mule in that they cannot reproduce. You're aware of this?
Yes. So, two animals that are in the same family, like a donkey and a horse, they have the mule, but since they're not in the same species, like they're not both horses, the offspring are usually 100% always infertile.
Interesting.
Wow. But as Nick had said, the case isn't true with a liger or a tigon.
Well, I know they say that, but it isn't true, because even though they're both cat species, they can't. Those offspring are always infertile.
All right, so that would actually seem to make sense in the case. Why would someone specifically breed a mule? Do you happen to know that, as opposed to a donkey?
Yeah, so it kind of is one of those things, like just like with dog breeds, where when they mix dogs to try and get like the best of both worlds, they get the good attitude and demeanor of the horse, but then they get the work ethic and stamina of a donkey.
I see. Okay, so donkeys are a little bit more difficult to work with?
Yes, they are.
And their driving skills suffer.
Oh, it's terrible. That's why in all the cartoons you see the guy has the carrot fishing in front of the donkey to keep him moving.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense, right.
Interesting. All right, thank you, Miller. Appreciate it.
All right, there we got it.
All right, now we really got deep into cows. And Judy is a beef farmer who is currently feeding the cattle as we speak. Hi, Judy. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Judy, I'm sure you hear idiots like us all the time that have no idea about your industry whatsoever.
And I'm saying, oh, my God, I just need to call.
I know. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. What all did you hear that sounded way off base that you need to fix for us?
It's just if you had questions. Kathy was definitely right. There are two different kinds. The dairy cattle, the black and white, are more for the milk. And like you said, the Angus, that's bred for beef, for meat.
All right. So with that breed, with the Angus and the Herefords and the ones that are bred for meat, both the male and female are called?
Okay. So big important thing is Kathy had mentioned bulls. What we do is you eat mainly bulls that are castrated, which are called steers.
Okay.
Steers are producing the quality meat that you want with the marbling. A bull is more muscled meat. You don't want that.
Okay. So I did not know the difference between steer and bull. I thought they were the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
So a steer is a castrated bull. You're going to have better, more marbly, flavorful beef from that.
It's about the size. Bull is all muscle.
Bull's all muscle. So you take away his balls, lose the muscle.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
And you get better steak out of that.
Yeah.
Poor sons of bitches, man.
It's not worth
what
it.
we do to eat.
I hope you give him a couple of romps in the sack first, right?
Oh, this is just great.
Actually, they're only in there about a week. They're about a week old, and we banned at a week old. So no romping.
We banned. That's when they put a really super tight rubber band around their nuts.
You cut the balls off. They're going to dance into the slaughterhouse.
Oh.
Now, we do it when they're young so that it's less stressful on them.
Okay. It's like getting it's like getting your snip when you're a kid. You don't know.
But Judy, so what about the female
okay.
Cattle? Yeah, the female cattle, the ones that, like Angus cattle, do you mainly use them for breeding?
Actually, we don't do any breeding here, but we do feed heifers, which are cows, a female that does not have a calf. So the males are castrated, and you can feed the females with them because there will be no breeding. No breeding here.
I know you guys don't breed them, but what I was saying generally over in the industry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And by the way, do you remember when heifer was like a big time insult?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you're a heifer.
Called woman a heifer?
Yeah.
And,
Now it's a compliment.
And just to tell you, heifers will fatten up faster. So the girls are the eaters.
Okay. All right.
Hey, where's your farm, by the way, Judy?
Actually, I've written in twice before. I'm from Burnville, so I am about an hour and a half northwest of you.
And our signal's pretty good there?
What's that?
Our signal's pretty good there?
Yes.
All right, good.
Oh my gosh, we live stream all the time.
Oh, okay. Well, live streaming. Well, we
All right.
appreciate that. That's awesome.
You want to do a farm tour sometime, Case?
Yeah.
The farm report.
Yeah.
I used to
Oh
do the
my
farm
God,
report.
I'd love to have you.
Casey wants to come out and milk a steer.
We'll put him
No,
in
not a
chute
steer.
pen.
There's no balls on that thing. Let's come out.
We're right near Cabela's.
Okay.
78.
Okay. All right.
So
Excellent.
pick up my fishing hat and a bison.
I remember talking to you before, Judy. All right. Thank you so much. We
Okay.
appreciate the heads
You're
up.
welcome.
All right. Take care.
All right.
We are
Take care.
we are so dumb.
Oh my God. You are so dumb. By the way,
so dumb.
I'm,
You're so dumb.
I miss that guy.
I love it.
If you remember the beginning, it was like, we have a rapist here. You are so dumb.
So dumb.
By the way, going back to Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yes.
He had apparently came out in defense of Gunn when people tried to cancel him for past tweets and called out Disney for their hypocrisy while threatening to take his voice away from projects.
Oh, that makes sense then.
So he had supported him, and therefore that's why he wanted to thank
The
him.
whole cast of Guardian supported Gunn during all that.
Yeah.
And we're better off as a result.
All right. That is going to wrap up this
Antoine
all
Dodson.
over the place segment. Dear
Our
God.
farm report.
You're so dumb.
I just want to remind you that this happened earlier during the show, okay?
What?
Can I play this piece of audio for you? This happened earlier in the show.
Boo.
He said, I could tell that his behavior was not normal. Who knows what that person might do if they have a chance to think.
Zoinks.
I did not mean to do that at all.
Play it again.
I think I was laughing at you saying zoinks and it came out as a burp.
Zoinks.
It was like you were at home and
Yeah, the way you belch or fart at home is decidedly different. Like Kathy, the way you fart here is much different. Zoinks.
you were like in pure shock that it happened.
God! It came. I had no. You know when a burp's coming. I didn't know that was coming. That's crazy. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second, and we'll get to the bizarre file stories when we return. Hang out.
Yeah, I just wasn't into it. And
Yeah.
What's that?
I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-ass.
Some
Wait,
people.
when was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, maybe the first.
A lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, mining in the effed up horse.
Miney and the effed up horse gets made finally.
Finally, there's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh yeah, Stinky and
Stinky
goes to college.
Does it Stinky go? No.
My name after poor. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky goes
Is
to
it
college.
Stinky goes to college?
It's Stinky goes to college.
There's a couple of other
There was a
ones.
script
Yes.
floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the effed up horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for
Yeah,
that.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
And
the effed up horse.
Miney, wasn't that when the miners in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
And, yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it
With own eyes.
with own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level, it was It was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes.
Of course, it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody else said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. His name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt Biffington. Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. Many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating up there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was
cool.
cramp-diffled.
Cramp-diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or what?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's exactly how
that
it
can
was.
be dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's coming up.
Yeah, you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the
Yes.
steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
Good.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right. We'll
Did
have
it
to
in the
test that out.
Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, that's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone, chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill."
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. Third leg of the stool, open barn door.
What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
Lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can hear your
lame,
how much lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay, here.
This is Kathy's cosmetics
little
array.
brush.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? Now, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. Those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I gonna put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh, my God. Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah. Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a different...
Sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple...
It's broken.
This not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy. Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
This is just. Oh, this is so.
I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes!
Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant.
You feel more
I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walking along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing back.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah,
you have better
but
lipstick.
This is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So,
Okay.
She said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people that are
you
there.
might have it for
Do
the
you-
entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's, yeah.
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not for
he
me.
can do it, though. He'll-
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like
no,
an actress
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this the guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a
Jeez.
picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
Kind of
lip.
pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make it.
WMMR.
Oh, okay. Popcorn Colonel. I was
right.
thinking like,
Yeah.
military colonel.
Right.
I guess
Popcorn.
maybe, is it spelled, how's it spelled?
Kernel, like a popcorn
Okay.
kernel.
With a K. With a
K-E-R,
K.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
Like
K-E-R-N-E-L.
kayak.
All right, like kayaki. All right, let's do the B file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by PGW. Improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. And you can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. Well, senior prank season hit a bit closer to home than usual this year for the head of a boarding school in Delaware. More than 70 senior students pulled the ultimate prank on Joy McGrath. She is the head of school at St. Andrews in Middletown. And what they did was they camped out in her kitchen overnight.
Oh, I saw this.
Yes. Great.
The video is so cute of her coming
very sweet.
downstairs.
The school said that the entire senior class crept into her home around 1 a.m. on May 19th and bedded down for a good night's sleep all over the first floor of her residence. When she came down for morning coffee at 6 a.m., she realized she wasn't alone. McGrath said, I was in shock. They were in every possible corner like sardines, and it took me a second to realize, oh, this is a senior prank.
Yeah, you see her face. So she comes down and she opens a door and she sees them, and immediately her reaction is to shut the door, and she leaves for a little bit. I don't know what she did, and then she comes back and sees them all.
I think they called because she sees somebody she doesn't recognize. She's like, oh my God, someone's in my kitchen. She doesn't realize there's 70 people in her kitchen.
So the video, she opens the door to her kitchen and finds a group of students huddled together throughout the room. Stunned, she retreats back behind the door before reappearing and says, good morning, little bunnies, followed by a round of laughter from the kids. They concocted the prank last month after McGrath had invited a group of students over to her home for breakfast at 12 a.m. after the senior prom. McGrath's husband, Ty Jones, intentionally left the front door unlocked so that seniors could get inside.
That's great.
And the students all agreed to go straight to bed in order to avoid waking up their
her.
target. Now, that takes some discipline
Yes.
for high school seniors to pull that off. And she said, I can sleep through anything. But the school admitted in its Instagram post that the class of 2023 got McGrath good. So that is a fun, creative senior prank.
Cute
one that I had another story of the, where they poured cement into the toilets and stuff like that.
It's destructive.
Yeah.
They did kill her mule, though. Preston.
Poor thing. All right, a Texas school superintendent sent lewd photos to an undercover officer posing online as a 15-year-old girl that he planned to meet with. This is the superintendent. Michael Keith Stevens, superintendent of the Ithaca Independent School District, was arrested Thursday and accused of online solicitation of a minor. He was sentenced
So I'd like to explain.
to jail. His bond was $100,000. Stevens was one of 7 people arrested after an undercover operation with more than a dozen local law enforcement offices. Officers posed as teens aged 13, 14, and 15, communicated online. The school administrator was allegedly communicating with a teen he believed was from Houston. He sent pictures of his private parts and asked for nude videos and images in return. He told the undercover investigator he was at work with some of his disturbing photos appeared to be taken in his office. And during the conversation, he was planning a trip to Houston to engage in sex acts. Dude.
This is big slob.
Busted. This is pretty wild footage. A drunken boater was seen passed out behind the wheel Tuesday as his fishing boat barreled towards a Pinellas County beach filled with swimmers.
Jeez.
I mean, dude passed out while driving that boat. A sheriff's office helicopter located the boat, which was making its way toward a public swimming beach, while the operator was unconscious and slumped over the helm. When 2 officers, sheriff's office boats arrived, the driver of the boat was conscious, but was disoriented and showed signs of impairment. A passenger was also unresponsive on the deck of the boat. The deputy asked the boat's operator, how much do you have to drink? The man responds saying, we don't have no alcohol.
We don't have no alcohol.
The deputy responds saying, I'm looking at an empty beer can. And
I seen it.
The boater then looks down and says, yes. Deputy also asked the boater where he parked, and they ended up finding out where they were. The man was taken to the shore where he performed poorly on field sobriety tests. He was arrested on a charge of boating under the influence.
Years ago, my parents were in the Coast Guard Auxiliary, the Long Island Sound, and part of that deal was if they thought someone was imbibing, I don't know if they had what their jurisdiction was, what they were able to do, but that was something they were told to look out for, which was drunk vehicle operating.
My friend Doug got a BUI one time.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Yep. A rabid beaver attacked a man swimming in the Connecticut River between Hatfield and Hadley on Sunday evening, sending him to the hospital with injuries to his arm and chest.
Let me tell you, those things obviously they're the teeth and this kind of thing. No, they're huge.
Oh my God, yeah, they can do some serious damage. The man, who has since been released from the hospital, was attacked on the Hadley side and then taken to the Hatfield bank by friends so an ambulance could reach him. The beaver went after the swimmer about 3 times.
I thought you meant like a commercial bank. I'm not thinking.
No, not. They didn't.
Why
go
does he have to do some really extreme banking?
No, the bank of the river.
Yeah.
And so the beaver went after him 3 times and was still latched onto his arm when his friend helped him out onto the beach.
I'm not letting go.
He declined to say how the beaver was killed. A sample from the beaver tested positive for rabies this week. And so a state wildlife biologist said that beaver bites are rare in his experience.
They're delicious, too, around snack time, beaver bites.
Beaver bites. You going to finish your beaver bites? All right, and then finally, a man visiting the Vatican stripped off all his clothes, ran naked to the main altar in St. Peter's Basilica.
I'm a ghost!
In an apparent act of protest against the Ukraine war.
Oh.
So in an image posted online, it shows the man with an inscription painted on his back calling for Ukrainian children to be saved.
Says, no regrets.
Guards handed the unidentified man over to Italian police. A Vatican source told Reuters, adding that he also had self-inflicted cuts on his body from his fingernails. It's unclear if he faces any charges at this point. So, naked in St. Peter's Square. All right, and there you go.
Not right.
For St. Peter's Basilica. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a break. I've been told we have an announcement.
Whoa!
Right? It's a show.
It's announced-tastic.
And we might have some giveaways in conjunction with that as well. I'll give you a heads up on that whole thing. I think Wednesday is when we're doing the giveaways. That will.
No. We have extras for today.
That's beautiful. All right, so when we get back, we'll roll out that information. We'll also get the lesson question, trash, and music news. Stay there. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.
Take a poop.
Pip.
Prune. I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check your perp. Check this picture now. You have indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they were recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one. But he did Jurassic World.
Yeah.
And his
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. That's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or were scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does.
Yes.
So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I love LA. Yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So we show up, and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place, and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on. So we just walk in, and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite Michael. God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside, he invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think. Just shy of a week.
I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is,
beautiful.
it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
it sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah. Blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a bunch of cops with the lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's a great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. They said our pilot program, Drug Sniffing Bearded Dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Did they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? Dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got some over here. I think it's.
The Preston and Steve blood drive. I bleed is what they called it. I bleed for Preston and Steve. We have our new shirt, which is a great design that we're very happy with. That you can end up getting if you come out and donate. And there's some other tchotchkes you get too. Friends like Window Nation. We got a lot of great sponsors. American Red Cross, obviously. We'll be broadcasting live. at the Oaks Convention Center. And Pierre Robert is going to be broadcasting live from Live Casino, and Brent Porsche as well. So we have a lot happening. Would love for you to do that. And we never put a number on things like Camp Out for Hunger, like the blood drive, but we want to get back to our days of glory of pre-COVID, and we want to hit that 1,000-unit mark.
And it's needed.
Asking for your help. It is most definitely needed.
So they've been coming after me, and I'm in the zone. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it. It's just a couple days away.
Time.
But you can tell by how much they solicit for you what the situation is, and it's obviously a critical situation.
Yep, and you can get the information and the pre-screening and all that stuff at PrestonandSteve.com. We do recommend that you do the pre-screening because it will save space if for some reason you have traveled or taken a medication or some kind of physical ailment or something like that that might disqualify you. Then another person can take that appointment, and you've helped out in that way.
Yeah, you made the effort. Yeah.
All right, so PrestonandSteve.com for all that. Let's give away a lesson question prize. We're going to do a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card, and you can head to Rita's for a 5-layered gelati back for a limited time. And the question that we will pose to you is this. Casey is a veteran of and a hero of which war? We found this out this morning. 215-263-WMMR. Of course, it's not true. It's not stolen valor. It's a joke. What is Casey? Casey is a veteran of and a hero of which war? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philadelphia for many years. Helium Comedy Club is the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, the daughter of Fantastic Four actor Yowan Grufford has filed for a temporary restraining order against her father. 13-year-old Ella Grufford says she was determined to give him something unique for Father's Day.
Oh, my
It's adorable.
God.
Sons of Anarchy star Charlie Hunnam appeared to be participating in LA's Wear Orange Weekend to kick off National Gun Violence Awareness Day by wearing an orange hoodie and orange sneakers. Hunnam, who is British, later explained he was actually participating in London's Dress Like a Road Cone dance. And finally, Christopher Nolan has not made an R-rated movie since 2002, but his upcoming film Oppenheimer has just officially received an R rating. Apparently, through most of the first half of the movie, famed theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer appears completely topless. So that's pretty wild. That's Hollywood Trash.
All righty, let's see if someone does know the answer to this. Casey is a veteran of and hero of which war? 215-263-WMMR. Chris is our first caller in, so we're going to go to Chris. Hey, Chris.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, bud. All right, so Casey is a veteran and hero of which war?
Is it World War II?
World War II, of course. Hang on, Chris. Got yourself a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card, and you can head to Rita's for a 5-layer gelati back for a limited time only. Enjoy your favorite ice flavors with an extra layer of creamy custard to build your own masterpiece.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Really? Yeah. All right, I'm going to save the announcement for last in music news. But it is brought to you today by Sequoia Outback. You can make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. Shop 4th of the July sale at Sequoia Outback, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. So Coldplay announced before their Music of the Spheres World Tour that they had some very ambitious environmental goals, and so far they've been responsible for the planting of 5 million trees. Whoa. On top of that, they are about to hit their goal of 50% carbon reduction from their previous tour. On a press statement from the band, while the numbers are a good start and something that the crew should be very proud of, they said there is definitely still room for improvement. They went on to explain that they now run the entire show, audio, lights, lasers, etc., from an electric battery system that allows them to use 100% renewable energy as efficiently as possible. So they're starting to reach their goals, and they even want to improve after that. Billy Corgan couldn't help singing the praises of his longtime friend and Foo Fighters pal, Dave Grohl. In a new interview, Corgan said, well, if you look back at Gen X, Dave Grohl has really won the race, which says a lot about Nirvana, because not only did you have Kurt in the band, you had Dave, who, of course, contributed to so many great songs, but then went on to make so many great songs of his own. And I think Dave continues to perform at a very high level. Obviously, there's been tragedy of late, and I'm certainly sympathetic because Taylor was a wonderful person. In regard to his own personal competitive spirit, Billy admitted that it's diminished with age. He said, I tend not to think about it that way anymore because I really think your greatest competition is yourself. At this point, I have a wonderful life. I've been very, very blessed and blessed with a beautiful family. Music for me at this point is a choice. I don't have to do music. And I'm not saying that as a snob. I'm saying that I really, really want to do music. So I think my greatest competitor at this point is just myself and my own wacky brain.
That's cool.
Yeah. Hailstorm's Lizzie Hale opened up about what fans can expect from the band in the coming months. She said, oh my goodness, all the things. I mean, we're still not sick of this. We're still very immature in the way that we approach everything in a good way. We're still a bunch of kids that are experiencing Europe and experiencing travel, and we still really like each other. We love playing. So, yeah, we're going to do everything that we possibly can, she said. Right now, she said, we've actually begun writing for the next album, just in case we have some time to get in the studio and do it. So you can be looking forward to new music from us. There's still a pile of collaborations that I've done that I can't talk about. I'm sorry. So you'll be sick of me before the year's over. A lot of things are going to be popping up. But yeah, really just touring and doing the thing we love to do the most. Extreme guitarist Nuno Bettencourt revealed that he once shared a brief songwriting session with Paul McCartney. Kind of. So Bettencourt recalled McCartney helping him along with a new tune during the 2015 Grammy rehearsals. Because Bettencourt was, he used to play guitar for Rihanna when she was on tour. And so he was backing Paul, Rihanna, and Kanye West for their performance of that single 4 or 5 seconds.
I remember that thing, yeah.
So he said, I just hear his voice. What's that you're playing? And I'm like, and he goes, ooh, that sounds expensive. And he said, I'm sweating now because he's talking to me and I'm sweating. And he goes, what have you got for the chorus? Because I said it was just a little verse. What do you have for the chorus? And I'm thinking, don't tell me that I'm actually effing writing a song with Paul McCartney right now. Please don't tell me that's happening.
Here, try my Rickenbacker. You broke it! You destroyed it, you idiot!
He added, and I thought, you know what? F this. And I go, what would you do for the chorus? And then he just starts singing in that Paul McCartney falsetto. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is incredible. I'm writing with Paul. And then he said, and then Kanye came over and interrupted us. And it ended.
I'm going to let you finish.
It ended there. Yeah, I'm going to let you finish, but first. Yeah. All right, how about this? This was on WMMR.com. Great story. Bohemian Rhapsody, one of rock's most iconic songs.
A masterpiece.
However, it was almost titled something else. In notes from Freddie Mercury that will soon hit the auction block, it appeared that the epic track was originally titled Mongolian Rhapsody.
Mongolian?
Yes. Photos of Freddie's notes were shared by the New York Times, and they show the word Mongolian scratched out and Bohemian written above. The outlet for Mongolian throat singing. So they show the word Mongolian scratch out, and apparently the outlet further notes the potential alternative title for Bohemian Rhapsody has been unknown since the song premiered almost 50 years ago and has gone unmentioned in prominent Queen biographies. These notes from Mercury are one of nearly 1,500 items from the late Queen frontman that will go up for auction in September. As previously reported, Mercury's longtime friend and confidant, Mary Austin, has partnered with Sotheby's for a massive auction of Mercury's possessions that he left to her in his will. The collection titled Freddie Mercury, A World of His Own, is going on tour this summer. And then we have a show announcement to make. Ooh. It's not a music announcement, though. But I would like to let you know that the program that I speak of is going to be Friday, October 13th at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And it is Tracy Morgan live. So Tracy Morgan will be performing And tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. You can visit theoceanac.com for tickets and information. It's a 21 and older show.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty cool, though.
And we have got tickets to give away right now. We'll take caller number 26 at 215-263-WMMR and give you tickets to see Tracy Morgan at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And then for our Word of the Week prize, we're going to give some more away then, too.
Nice.
So let's take that 26 caller, and we'll set you up, my friend. And that is the last item in music news. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back and wrap up our program. We have a new Word of the Week prize. Tell you about it when we get back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I'm working 24/7, so if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call, I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, Lizard.
By the way, there's a few different things we're going to go through. I kind of notice these things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so, because...
Around the corner, down a dark alleyway, across an empty field. He is the noticer. Nothing gets past Preston Elliott.
This one
the noticer.
I noticed.
On the Preston and Steve show.
All right. This one I
6
noticed.
to 11.
Because Steve said it to me.
All right.
Steve sent this to him.
We as human beings get turned on by many things. Most commonly, we're turned on by other people that we are sexually attracted to.
And animals.
There are also people... What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. There are also people who are turned on by inanimate objects. I've mentioned that stuff on the Bizarre File before.
Hence people marrying the Eiffel Tower.
But this I've never seen. There are certain women who are turned on by themselves.
Gee, I wonder where a woman like that might exist. Where a woman who would find themselves so beautiful, they would get aroused. It seems almost impossible that such a woman would exist.
Yep.
What are you saying?
They stare at themselves in the mirror and they think, I'd like to tap that ass.
Well, yeah, but then you don't actually get turned on, right?
No, these people do.
Well, we don't, but you do.
According
to... yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So beautiful.
I'd hit that.
According to Dr. Michael Aaron, a New York City therapist and author of Modern Sexuality, The Truth About Sex and Relationships, it's extremely common for a woman to be sexually attracted to herself, and it is called autosexuality or autoeroticism.
Yes, so just the visual is enough to get this type of person worked up to the point of being orgasmic?
Well... No, not they're not going to stare at themselves and actually have the orgasm, but it will turn them on.
What about a person who wants to vomit whenever they see themselves in the mirror?
They didn't cover that.
Myself.
Is that you?
Yeah.
In a study.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And as vain as it sounds to want to have sex with yourself because you're so hot, it's not narcissistic, apparently.
Because it's true.
The doctor said it's very common for people to be aroused by themselves to varying degrees. Some experience it more like an orientation in that they feel more aroused by themselves than by others.
So do they use themselves as a benchmark to compare other people to? In other words, will they not? Does someone have to exceed their own level of beauty to warrant a physical encounter?
I don't know. Another psychologist explains the easiest way to tell if someone is autosexual is from their self-pleasuring habits. If she's picturing herself and thinking about how sexy she is when she's doing that.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is that how you do it, Kathy?
Stop
She's
it.
obviously an autosexual.
Are you thinking of yourself mostly when you're going at it? I'm asking in the most clinical of ways. We're gathering data here. When you are there, when you're upstairs, when you've got the device, when it's plugged in properly, you have it in the power strip so it doesn't short out.
Need a surge protector.
Right, or a surge protector. How do you see yourself dressed in your mind?
Oh, God, I'm not answering you. But listen, I do think this is very bizarre.
Yeah? They said it's more common than you think. It says if you think you're dating an autosexual, you're probably not, though. It says, according to the original definition of the word by ego analyst Dr. Bernard Affelbaum, an autosexual is someone who has a great deal of trouble responding to someone else sexually, but can respond fairly or very well to his or her own touch.
Have you ever made love to yourself thinking of yourself?
No.
Yeah.
Not that I
made
know
love
of.
to myself thinking of you.
Oh.
Yeah. And we have to talk.
We do have to talk. No. That's, how is I don't even see how that's possible, but some people apparently
Would someone like this spend a lot of time looking at themselves in the mirror?
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine that is definitely part of it. So.
Well, I don't know who would be like that.
Continuing on the sexual.
More stuff from the sexual world.
Yeah.
The noticer notices everything, even sexual stuff.
All right, this other thing I noticed, and this speaks to a few of the people here in this room.
This speaks to people in this very room.
It does.
The noticer has no pity on you.
Who here does not shower in the morning?
Me.
Nick and Casey.
I don't shower. I shower at night.
Nick, Casey, and Kathy are disgusting.
Marissa, you shower in the morning. No, you're showering right now.
She's a pig. They're all pigs except for two people.
She's pointing down. No, you shower at night?
She cleans everything but a cooter.
Oh
my
That's wretched.
I thought
No,
that's what you
shower at
meant.
night.
She showers at night as
She
well.
showers at night. Okay, so Steve, you and I are the only morning shower people.
Oh, yeah.
But apparently...
Morning shower people, shower every morning, it's true. Morning shower people, shower for me and for you. It just seemed like a song, didn't it?
A folk song?
Yeah.
Is there a night shower people song?
Night shower people.
That's very similar.
Arrive at work very smelly. Kathy, Nick, and Casey, and little Marissa, too. They all smell so bad, we can hardly take it.
I like when I get up early enough to shower in the morning. I just don't, and I prefer to get that extra 20 minutes of sleep in the morning, and that's why I'll shower.
If you
at
take
night.
a shower before you go to bed, you're fine unless you're a sweat ball. But to me, I use it as much for waking up as I do for anything else.
All right, so tell us what
Morning
is
shower people.
Morning shower people. Shower every morning.
All right, so a recent article at Time.com extols perhaps the single best virtue of evening showering, noting that if you want to improve your sleep, showering at night may be the way to go.
Well, guess what? And this is going to be a surprise. I shower at night as well.
I know you do. And in the morning.
Experts say there's evidence that a night shower can help you drift off.
All right, do you...
Night shower, night shower. We all have to take one. Every night shower, night shower.
Grab me for the loofah. Get me in the shower.
All right, what were you were about to say?
I was going to ask if you shower fully.
Night shower, night shower.
You do that better than anybody, Steve.
Thank you. I got my higher end back.
Go ahead. What were you going to say, Case?
Do you fully shower both times?
At night and
I
in the
do
morning.
military showers. I have no hair. That cuts down on a lot of it. However, at night I take a hot shower, a quick hot shower. In the morning I take a wake up shower.
Okay.
I don't know why I just enjoyed you saying, I have no hair.
It's the goddamn truth.
I just have
In
no
case you haven't
hair.
noticed, the same way Kathy pleasures herself to herself. I have no hair.
Do you guys ever wash your pubes with shampoo?
Oh my God.
Every day. Why?
With shampoo you do?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not
I do
soap?
No. Toothpaste.
When I'm washing my hair,
You then go downstairs.
I have soap in my hand, so
Right.
use it on your pubes.
He's got soap in his hands.
Use
For
it
his
on the
neck,
tubes.
he's got soap in his hands.
Belt it out. The Steeple on MMR. 10:42 a.m. a Monday with the Preston and Steve show. And a beautiful stretch of days we have ahead of us. Today's high about 78 degrees. And we'll have partly cloudy skies. And then 82 tomorrow, 79 on Wednesday, 79 on Thursday, 76 on Friday.
Oh, spectacular.
Not really seeing any rain, maybe a passing shower or something that might happen at one time or another, but it's a little dry. I don't know if you've noticed that or not.
Yes.
The lawns are turning brown, and
Pee wherever you can.
we do need a little bit of moisture, so when you can pee freely, you're doing it for everybody else.
For nature.
Yeah, exactly. So wrapping up today's show, and I would like to thank Joey McIntyre for being on the show this morning.
Dude.
Yeah, it was fun to talk to him. He has a solo show coming to town August 1st at City Winery. It's sold out.
Yes.
So, in fact, it was funny because we told him it was sold out. He's like, what the hell am I doing here? He's got that Boston accent.
Yes, a little bit of it, yeah.
Yeah, it was cool to have him on. And he's going to be in a Lifetime miniseries.
Yeah.
Where he plays a bad guy. And that comes out on July 8th. So it was nice to talk to him. We announced Camp Out for Hunger dates. I know it's way out in front. Nope.
No.
We announced the dates. Pierre, and they are going to be
Halloween this year. Right?
November 13th through the 17th.
Is that's even earlier than last year, isn't it?
No, it's around the same time frame. I recall. So we and when I made the announcement, I said that we used to do it the week right after Thanksgiving,
right?
And then we found it kind of jumbled up the holiday weekend, and also sometimes we would get nasty weather because it was starting to get a little bit later. So then we did it around this time that I announced today, and then we tried to overcompensate and did it in October one time. We're like, that's way too early.
much.
We did it in October?
Yeah, we did do it.
The day after Halloween. It
was the day after Halloween?
Yeah, it started on November 1st.
Really?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And then, so it also has to do with what's going on in the sports complex as well. So November 13th through the 17th. And, just put it in the calendar. It'll be good to go. Cool. All right. How you doing, man?
Very well, thank you.
Excellent. Good weekend.
Very nice.
Wonderful.
So, Saturday I went to the record company and watched half of their set, and then went across town.
Oh, yeah.
And saw John Mellencamp.
Oh, yeah. All right.
And saw an hour and a half of his set. It was great.
Where did John play?
He played at the Schubert Miriam Miller Theater's now called. 3 different names it's at. I don't know why it keeps changing names, but same building, same theater, a really nice place. And he was amazing.
I predicted. I remember saying that and saying, I don't know if I can do that. And I said, you're going to do it. That's the way you roll.
I got there in time to say hello to the record company and hang with them for a while, watched like 5 or 6 of their songs, jumped across town, and saw the last hour and something of Mellencamp's set.
How was it? He's great.
At one point he did a singer-songwriter thing. I mean, he just did it like a storyteller. He came out with the band, that Red Hot band. A lot of the guys have been there for a long time. Mike Wanchek, Andrew is lead guitar player, Lisa Germano, an amazing fiddle player.
She's awesome.
Yeah, she's quite stunning. And then the band left, and he did a storyteller set for like 4 or 5 songs, and he's so engaging. And he tells these great stories, and then the band came on, and they just nailed it, and the crowd is singing along. It was great fun.
Nice. Excellent. We had a fun weekend.
Yes, thank you.
And back to work we go.
Is that where we are?
That's where we are.
Okay.
Yes. And are you the keeper of the letter?
I am.
Let's get it from you.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
T is in tarantula.
T is in tarantula.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to give away a Piezeek round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. And Landis Block is where you can start imagining your backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. What is happening on your Monday morning program, sir?
Why, thank you for asking. We will have tickets for Dead and Company next Thursday, which will be fun. We've got workforce blocks of the Hooters, Dave Matthews Band, and Genesis.
All right. Nice. A full day of some great music. And I would like to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. Of course, the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. Why be flat when you can sparkle refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer? And also brought to you by Circa Flags. Visit circaflags.com for all your personalized beach gear.
I like this.
Tomorrow on our program, the very lovely Patricia Heaton, the actress, will be joining us. And locally, NBC Sports Philadelphia, Taryn Hatcher will be on the show. An interesting story about Vanderpump Rules, how she is coming to be on our program tomorrow. We'll explain it all then. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.